Yo yo, hi. All right, today we are it's December 3rd, and it means that we are 2 days late to the advent of code. Yeah, but the plan is to try and solve at least one advent of code problem, I guess, with our programming language test. But there's going to be some work needed to make that possible, I guess. Let's see, advent of code. It's already day 3, but I guess let's start from day 1. Before I start even, should I'm probably going to work on like multiple repositories at the same time, like the language itself. And then the repository for the solutions here, right? Yeah, let's do GitHub repo create advent of code 2024. Kubernetes. Advent code and cast. Create new repository locally, yes. Okay, here we go. I'm going to copy a flake here. Let's see what I need to have there. Also git ignore. Let's see. Cast is going to be taken from GitHub slang cast. And then let's give the next packages to no need for overlays. So I just install the cast. How do I do this? Cast packages default. System. Is that what I want? X develop Lazy git. Although technically, I guess, because I'm going to work on this locally, I'm going to need to run it locally here, right? Something from here. And we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. There is going to be a folder for every day, I think. So like day 01. Not a file, but a folder. Right? Day 1, I'm going to say main .ks, and that's going to be our file, right? Use the std something print day 1 event of code. Let's see. It's going to compile it. Oh, it actually did not compile because I need to include that. Okay, I see. So like basically in our flake here, in order to be able to compile our programming language, I need to include the standard library in the list of sources like this. Okay. What is this? What happened? Include std in package sources. Git pull. X flake block update input cast. Strength allow. It's going to recompile it from scratch? No, not really. Okay, that's good. So like the dependencies are still cached here. Okay, so now we have cast here, and we can do cast run day 1 main like this, and it works, right? Okay, good. So this is initial commit. Sure. Now let's read the description here. The chief historian is always present for the big Christmas sleigh launch, but nobody has seen him in months. Alright, we don't care about that part. The important part is that reading. Alright, fine, I'll read it all. But nobody has seen him in months. Last anyone heard, he was visiting locations that are historically significant to the North Pole. A group of his senior historians has asked you to accompany them as they check the places they think he has most likely to visit. He was most likely to visit. As each location is checked, they will mark it on their list with a star. They figure the chief historian must be in one of the first 50 places they will look. In order to save Christmas, you need to help them get 50 stars on their list before Santa takes off on December 25th. Basically means that we need to solve 25 days with 2 stars every day. Each puzzle grants 1 star. The second puzzle on every day is unlocked when you complete the first. You haven't even left yet, and the group of elvish senior historians has already hit a problem. Their list of locations to check is currently empty. Eventually, someone decides that the best place to check first would be the chief historian's office. Upon pouring into the office, everyone confirms that the chief historian is indeed nowhere to be found. Instead, the elves discover an assortment of notes and lists of historically significant locations. This seems to be the planning the chief historian was doing before he left. Perhaps these notes can be used to determine which locations to search. Throughout the chief's office, the historically significant locations are listed not by name but by a unique number called the location ID. To make sure they don't miss anything, the historians split into the two groups, each searching the office and trying to get their own complete list of location IDs. There's just one problem. By holding the two lists up side by side, your puzzle input, it's quickly becoming clear that the lists aren't very similar. Maybe you can help the historians reconcile their lists. For example, this. Maybe the lists are only off by a small amount. To find out, pair up the numbers and measure how far apart they are. Pair up the smallest number in the left list with the smallest number in the right list, and then the second smallest number with the second smallest right number, and so on. Within each pair, figure out how far apart the two numbers are. You'll need to add up all of those distances. For example, if you pair up a 3 from the left list with a 7, that distance is 4. If you pair up 9 with 3, the distance is 6. In the example list above, the pairs and the distances would be as follows. Smallest number here is 1, smallest number here is 3. So the distance is 2. The second smallest number in the right list is also 3. And then we add up the total distance. Alright, this one sounds easy. Hello, Nigel. Have you been solving the advent of code? Alright, so basically, this one is kind of easy, right? So we need to like read every line. We need to make the two lists. We need to sort them. Okay, actually, I guess I'll need to sort them, which means that I will need to write a sorting algorithm because we don't have that in the standard library. Okay. Is Gust really advent of code already? No, it's not. But we'll see what is missing here. Most importantly, like last time I tried, we cannot like iterate over the characters. Is the biggest thing. Also, there's like, it's not like the standard library. Standard library doesn't really matter much. I can implement the things from scratch, but the thing is like the built-ins, I guess. What is built into the interpreter, and there are all other things that are missing. I think the biggest thing that we are going to be missing is the recursive data types. I don't have that yet. So we have recursive functions, but not recursive data types. Should be not very hard to like fix that problem once we actually need it. All right, so I'm going to like read lines. Read line. I mean, we can read file. We can read file. Day one input txt. Or I guess we'll read the example first. Where is it? Over here. So this is input. And then let's just print it, see if it was Yeah, okay. That's fine. So now if I'm reading the file, what I need to do is I need to iterate over the lines in this text here, right? So that's the hard part. That's the part that I do not have implemented yet. All right. Let's try to pretend that our language is actually ready and we can actually solve the input of code with it. And what would the code look like? So we go for line in lines of the input, right? And then we say something like, so then I need to like split this too, right? I need to like split all over the white space. Split white space. Line. We do an advent of code. Yeah, but I'm going to be failing here doing advent of code because I'm trying to do it in my own programming language and it's not ready yet. So I'm going to mostly work on the language itself instead of solving through the puzzles. Although these first couple days are going to be really easy, right? So hopefully through the easy days, we're going to fix the language to be usable and then... Yeah. Are you doing advent of code? What are you using? Let's see. Anyway, so I'm going to split through the white space, and when I split on the white space, I then need to just Python like a weenie. I thought you would be doing like Lua because you are doing your games in the in Lua, right? Because of the Eco 8. Split white space line. And then I need to have like two things. I'm just like wondering what should be like the thing here. So this would be a function that yields like it's like a generator that gives me like the items, and then well, you'll use Rust because you don't get to use it enough at work. Wait, what are you using at work? I thought you were hired as a Rust developer. Rust. They don't give you enough job. White space. Fine. Like, if I was writing Rust, I would say something like items is this, and then, so like, this would be like an iterator, and I will call like the next method here, right? Currently debugging Rust more than actually writing any Rust. This over here would be require me to like convert the generator into like a thing, which requires me implementing one more feature into the language, which I don't have yet. So I am like wondering if I should replace for now with something else. Like this call also can be a function that gives me a list. I don't have lists in the language either yet, which I can have here. Like if I do split white space, it can give me the list of the items, right? And then like the first and the second is is the thing. Yeah. But can I just say something like A and B is split by spaceline? Like, can I do that? Where, so this would be a generic function that would work over. Um, all right, let's ignore that part. I don't know what I want to do here yet. It depends. I don't want to like need to do too much in the language. What then? Then we need to like add the thing to the first list and the B to the second list. Then we need to sort both lists, and then we need to like zip over them again, right? Which means that I need to have mutability because I need to have like two lists. So lists is going to be two lists, right? The one empty list and another empty list, right? Something like that. And then I say lists, the first list, I need to push A into that, which also needs to be parsed, right? Parse A, B is parse B, something, list 1 push B, and then I do lists 0 sort, lists 1 sort, and then we go from there. There's a lot, this is already a lot of the things that are really not implemented. Okay. See how long can I stream today, and can I solve the day one? Once we solve one of the days, the other ones are going to be much easier. It's all about like reading the input, technically, right? Okay, it cannot read this thing. So right now I'm using square brackets to initialize the arguments to generics. Right? If I want to use the same thing for lists, can I even do that? Like, because this is the indexing operation and it looks exactly like the argument to my generic stuff. And I have not been thinking about that before. Well, I mean, I can have the list to be. Okay, so yeah, okay. In this example, we will anyway need to have a list, right? So maybe I should have an example, which is going to be lists, right? And then I say list is 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Test run examples lists. What happened? Where is my highlighting? It's broken again. Why? What is happening? All right, there we go. And finish parsing. So I can for now have something like I don't know, something list. I can have a keyword list before constructing a list, for example, for now. Right? List is not found. So let's say that I'm going to have a syntax which allows me to construct a list, right? So syntax for building macro list. Should it be a built-in? Maybe. New list, opening bracket, closing bracket, and then values, right? Macro list. All right, let's see. If I want to construct a list, for now we only allow it in the expression position, not in the pattern position. Sure. And then I say that values is into single named values. All right. And then I will have a list collector. So values are going to be a space like comma separated. So like I'm going to use the same syntax as for the tuple here, which means that I guess tuple is the macro here. I need to collect these things from the values, right? So I will need to have a compiled expression. I will have a list expression, which gives me a list, and this has values being a list of those, right? So wait, what is values again? In this case, it's a vac of ASTs. All right. Values ASTs. Values ASTs. Okay. No, don't change this. Values vac new for value AST in values ASTs. Values push self compile compile value AST, just like that, I guess. You are serious. Thank you for the raid. Super cool. Hi. Guys, you guys don't need to pretend that you like the crabs and Rust, you know. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not really like you know, I know that Rust has problems. This is why I'm making my my own programming language to fix the issues and shit. But pretend is all we do. True. All right. Guys, we're solving the advent of code, or what? So like, my language is not ready yet to actually solve the advent of code. For example, I don't have lists right now, so I'm going to implement lists in my language. And then I don't have a bunch of other things. I don't even know that if I'm going to solve day 1 today, but hopefully, at the end of advent of code, we are going to solve the entirety of the advent of code. Rust is okay. Clap mech, robot mech, that happens sometimes, I'm sorry about that, but I don't know how to fix it and why it happens. It's probably because I'm using Linux instead of using Windows like those normal people, you know? Should use Windows and like VS Code instead of Vim and like, I don't know, C++ instead of Rust, right? How are you guys doing anyway? All right, so we are going to have a new expression in our intermediate presentation, which is a list, which with the values being a list of expressions, and yep, that's it. Like bindings. This does not introduce any new bindings. Show short expression list. List expression. Solve all of advent of code. You probably also need to hash maps at some point. Yeah, I also like just looking at this first problem. The thing that I will need is to implement a sorting algorithm. You know how long it has been since I have manually written a sorting algorithm? I mean, I guess I can do a bubble sort, but like, I mean, quick sort isn't that hard, right? But like, what's the currently like the sorting algorithm that's been used everywhere? It's not the quick sort, is it? Like, what is Rust sort standard library? Let's see here. Is it just a quick sort? I'm not sure. Sort is just stable sort. Sort by cached key. Reduce allocation, something. Like, there's a lot of code for the sorting here. I mean, I don't need to be super quick or anything here. We let people implement their own sorting algorithm and still invoke and using list sort. Well, I mean, it's going to use the same as it's going to use like the trait stuff, right? Just like in Rust. Or like in C++, you override the comparison operator and you still use the standard sorting algorithm, right? All right, let's see here. So we have the expression, which is a list. Over here in initialization of the expression, need to initialize the type inference data. So the type of the list expression is a list of element types, right? And what is the element type? Well, let's see. The element type is this type new not inferred, right? And then we say that every element in the list must be the same type. So we go for value in values, value data. I just mutate that element type. Make same as value data type. I need to call it anyway. So all of the elements of the list must be the same type, and that is the type of the list, right? So now I am missing the type, which is a list of other types, like that. It's implementing like a hash map, difficult though. I don't know. There are like some things that I also never implemented, like a red black tree, for example, for the sorted trees, right? I implemented other types of binary search trees, but not the red black one. When I am inferring and I see that I have two lists, list of A's and list of B's, then I need to have a list of A the same as B. Simple hash map is less than 100 lines. 100 lines is a lot of lines, though. No? A list of right, list of type. Simple red black tree is probably more. Yeah, that's what I said. I think that's mainly the reason why I never implemented a red black tree, because I just saw the algorithm and it's like long. I was too lazy to look into that. Substitute bindings. So if I have type shape list, then I have shape list of dot substitute bindings, just cache. Is that what I need? I guess. All right. Should check result type. Yeah, probably should check it for the lists. String expression list. And then there is one last thing that I need to do is when I'm evaluating. So when I'm evaluating the expression, which is a list expression, then what I need to do is I need to evaluate every single element, right? So values is values expressions, values for value expression in those expressions, values push, value self evaluate, value expression, and then I say okay, value list of values. Okay, good night. So now we have like a list expression, we have a list type, and also need to have a value list. Yeah, a list just contains a list of values inside. Okay. For value in values, for index value, values, iterate, enumerate. Okay, I think that's all. The type of a list. List. Okay. So in order to get the type of a list, if in case the list is empty, how do I get its type, right? Because that's not the easy thing, which probably means that I need to store the type of a list inside the value. So element type must be stored here, I guess. So value list must have the values. Which is a list of values, and then also element type, which is a type. Right? So over here, value list values is that, and then element type is so I will need the data here, right? It's data type. This found out to be the result. Wait, I don't need to return okay here, guess. All right, and over here, list values, element type, just unnecessary. Question mark here. Is that all? Question mark here. Okay. Am I going to have a list now? Number literal type could not be inferred. Okay, okay, let's see here. So if I say in my example of a list, so I don't have any default number type, which means that this doesn't compile unless I say that this is an int32, for example. And I'm going to have a list. Okay, let's dbgx to see it on the screen. So I have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, which is a list of int32s, right? Okay. I should probably like be able to write the type of a list here, so like a list of int32s instead of specifying the type here. But this means that list type. Yeah. Okay. Should I just change the syntax? So that it's easier. But also like anyway, I think if I have a list, interesting choice, not have a default number type. It's customizable. Like you can have it to be a different default type, or you can have a no default type based on like scopes basically. Like you can even run a compile time function which will determine the type of a literal based on like the string value of the literal here. So like it's supposed to also work with like big integers and other things later, where like you just say like 1 2 3 100 times, and that would like automatically be parsed into a big integer. But you need to like opt into your things to be inferred as the only reason to like you can have type annotations to make sure that the type is the specific one, right? Or in case it's not inferred, then usually languages have defaults. But I want it to be customizable, because like even the I want to like abstract away from the target as much as possible. Like I don't want to have like pointers. For example, in the language, it's going to be like still available in as a library in the standard library, but only when we're targeting a target which has like the ability to do pointer arithmetics, right? If I'm compiling a native thing, then I should be able to like do all of the unsafe stuff that C++ allows me to do. But if I'm trying to compile like into JavaScript, then there is no pointers there, so like it doesn't make sense then. And same goes for like other things, like I don't know. I mean, I guess like an integer type is available everywhere, is it? I don't know. But like, I don't even want to have any assumptions about my targets, technically. Right now, I only have like one target, which is the interpreter, but I am planning to have like the compiler, which is going to compile into whatever. If that makes any sense. Okay, I think I need to be able to have this to be interpreted as a type. So a list of int32 should be interpreted as a type. I already have like the same thing for like my units, for example. Like this is a unit. This is a unit of type unit. So this and this, they look the same, but they are different. Because this over here is a type unit, and this is a value unit. That makes sense. So I guess lists have like the same thing, right? We have a list value and a list type. And I really, I guess like I would want them to have the same syntax. If I was to like remove this list keyword, so this is how I initialize a list of values, and like the list as a type would be written still the same way, right? I guess. So I guess it's still the same expression that I have. The expression list is supposed to be evaluated as either a type or a value, which means that the type is a default type is this thing. So I say that type new not inferred, with default being being a list, right? But if we know that it must be a type, then it's going to be a type. And if it's a type, then the element type must also be a type, and also the length of the list must be a type. I can just have this as a runtime check for now, though. Let's see here. If I have a list of int32, so this is a list which is not inferred. Why do you say not inferred? Since I have evaluated that already. List. Oh, wait, hold on. It's because, like, the type of the list, I was saying that the type of the list is the type of the element, but that's not right. The type of a list is the type... a list with element type, like that. That's what I need to do. Right? So this is a list of not inferred things, or what? std int32. We overflowed the stack. Wait a second. I did something wrong still. Wait, what? This is a list of a list of a list of a list of a list? What? How's your language, TCAP? No one else doing their own language? Elemental magic. Hello, hello. How you doing? I'm making lists in cast right now. And I have some issue with the inference, maybe. So element type is this. I have a list. Okay, yes. You're doing lean. Nice. New not inferred. Let's just have new not inferred at all. Feel like I'm writing Haskell again. This is not correct. I don't see the problem in this code though, so it's probably not this thing. So the problem happens when I'm trying to write out the type of a list, right? So if I have a type, which is a list over here, this type is the inner type, right? And the inner type is equal to myself for some reason. Why is that? Maybe because value type, function type here, let's see. If I have a value, which is a list, and the element type is that, then we say that this is that. Okay. Oh, I see. I understand why. So, like, I'm storing inside the value of a list the type of the element, so that I know the type of a list, even if the list is empty, I guess. Right? But I do not initialize that correctly in my interpreter. So when I'm evaluating the list expression, I'm saying that the type of the element is the type of the expression itself here, and that is the list, right? So that's why it thinks that it's a list of list of a list of a list. So instead this should be, so this must be a list, right? Data type must be a list. And well, I mean, I guess I need to like data type inferred or default is what I need to get here, right? Yeah, I'm going to match this here, and this is going to be either a type or a list with element type. If it's anything else, then I'm going to no, like, let's just reveal list expression inferred to be something data type, which is not correct. So I have actually, so like I said, the list is either a type or an actual list, right? In case it's a list, then I will make this code go here. So element type is here. And then in case it's a type, then I will say value type. And the type is going to be value, it's going to be type list. Element type, and element type must be a single value inside this thing, right? Yeah, so element type is values expressions, try into okay, or else list type must be a list of single element. Try into or else. No, not or else. Map. Is he winning? No, I'm not winning. Oh, bad cop. I cannot even solve anything in the, like, I started writing the code here and then I realized that I don't have lists in my language.
Hello, bad cop.
So I'm implementing lists right now, and then I'm going to, and then there are other things that are missing. Value experts as slice. Try from a slice. Wait, try from. Isn't try from implemented for like slices to convert into fixed size slices? Like over here. Wait, no, it is. Yes, there you go. From list of t's for tn. There you go. That's what I need. But it says that _1 convert try from list of expressions not satisfied. Wait, why not? Following other types implement. Basher, 1025. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Many views today. Until people realize that I'm not actually solving inventive code, but working on the language, right? Alright, it's fine, it's fine. Maybe I will get back into the inventive code in a bit after I have the lists working. You just finished Advent? Nice. I mean, I am doing Adventive code, but here's what actually is happening on the stream. You just finished the day 3, right? I started doing day 1 over here, but I'm doing it in my own programming language, which is not yet ready, right? That's why I have a question in the title. Can I do the Adventive code? But can I? Not really right now. Because I don't have some things in the language. I don't have lists. That's what I'm implementing right now. And then I will probably like have something else, like in order to sort it, I will probably need mutation also. Yeah, I need to implement a couple things. Like I have like a bunch of examples that actually work already. Like I have I can have mutually recursive function. I can calculate a Fibonacci number, but yeah, I only have very simple examples so far. It's Adventive code nightmare mode. Yeah. Yeah, and the language that I'm making is also not an easy one to implement. Because I want it to be like a good language. What are you guys using for your Adventive code? As you can see, I'm writing Rust here. My programming language is called Cast. I'm implementing it in Rust. So last year, Adventive code I was doing in Rust. Was it last year? I don't remember. I think it was last year. Yeah, last year is the only year that I have been solving fully. There you go. That one was in Rust. I told me to use Ruby today, but it was way too easy. Even with basically zero experience with it. Yeah, I guess Ruby is an easy language to use without learning, I guess. Using Elm. Does Elm work like locally? I thought it was just the front-end language where you like make a website with it. But I guess it's, I don't know. Is it a general purpose language? I don't remember if I tried Elm or not. I know like I have read about it in the Elm architecture. Using Python because I go for a global leaderboard, then rewriting it in Zig Rust for practice. Nice. Can I pick your next language? What would you pick for Liquid Cake, Bad Cop? Like Bash? So that they don't have such an easy time writing their programs, right? Enough monads in Elm. Yeah, wait, Elm doesn't have hierarchy types at all, right? Do they have type classes? Elm type classes. Type classes 180. Elm has problems, which type classes can solve. This package aims to do exactly that. There's a package apparently. Bash is easy mode? You think so? I mean, I guess it depends on like how much you use just pure Bash and how much you go into like using external programs that you invoke from Bash. Okay, so what is my thing here? I think it's because tn implements where this is copy. So I guess it's because it's not copy. That's why, right? But if I make this a reference, can I make this a reference? I can. Okay, nice. Maybe not inferred type. Okay, good. This is not correct. Wait, hold on. I think the Rust analyzer is actually reporting the incorrect type here. It says that the element type is of type like this, but that's not the correct one, because the error says that we found an expression, because that's literally what it is. It's an expression here, because I need to convert it into a type first, because I need to evaluate it. Self evaluate element type. Element type is a type, which is this dot expect type. So one of these is in redstone. Nice. Is that what I do? I think this I think Rust is a little bit stupid. So like this works, this compiles perfectly, right? But if I actually do try remove the ampersand and the ref part here, then it's going to not compile. Look at this. Did I report this? This sounds like a bug here. So like we have the Clippy needless borrowed reference, but I guess it's a Clippy. Clippy can have false things in it, right? We do allow Clippy needless borrowed reference. Okay. Let's see if it's good now. std 32 list. So this is a list of types, right? But if I want this to be a type of a list, right? So I say that this is a type, then it's a type, which is a list of int32s, right? And this, in this case, must be exactly like one type there, right? List type must be a list of single element. Okay, nice, good. Good. So here's my example again, a list. So I have a list of int32s, and this is a list of 1, 2, 3, 4s, right? So this should now, literal type could not be inferred. Okay. So it means that the unification does not work on the type inference. So I'm pretty sure that I have evaluated this to be a list int32, which is a type. But then it needs to set the type of this thing. I know why, though. I know why. It's because when I initialize the thing here, because this is the default, right? This is the default, a list of element types. But if it's not the default, then I need to add a check, I guess. Type variable add check inferred. Let's see here. Match inferred. So I need to make sure that the type of the list expression must only be inferred as the either the type or a list. And if it is a list, so this is inferred element type, then I need to say that inferred element type needs to be the same as the element type, right? Which means that I need to move it there. Element type is element type clone. Use of moved. Clone? No. Use of moved. Oh, I moved it here. That makes sense. So I don't need that actually. All right, and then if it was inferred as anything else, then I say that list expression inferred as inferred, I guess. And that's an error. Don't move out. Clone. Make same. Element type. Clone everything. It's fine. Okay, let's see again. Okay, there you go. So now we have the type inference that is working for lists, right? Cool. What else do I need for lists? So if I say, let's have 2, 4, 1, 3, right? And then I need to like sort it now, right? So we will need sorting for this advent of code for the day 1. Let me commit what I have done already, lists. And then I need to sort them. But sort means mutation, which I'm not ready for yet. Unless I return a new list from the sorting thing. Maybe. Or I just need to have mutation. Think I'm not ready for mutation yet. We can do it like those functional programming languages, though, right? But I don't want to. I want to say sort, and then print x again, and it should be sorted. This means that it's a method. Methods I also don't have yet, so I guess I will have the function sort. And then I will need to have a... Okay, so since I need to have mutation and give it a mutable reference to it, is that what I need to do? Is that what I need to do? So sort would be a function that has a mutable reference to a list. We can have like references without the borrow checking for now, right? Can I? Well, in order to have like mutation, I need to like first introduce the concept of like places where the values live. To have references to them, like a pointer. Right? So right now, all of my local variables are just my local variables is just it's just like a value basically based on the name or like ID, which is the same thing. But instead of a value, this would be like a place that stores a value instead. That's what I would do. So then I would be able to construct a new value, which is a reference to an existing place, right? Yeah. Mm -hmm. Do I do that right now? Or can I do something else? Is it possible to wait? Hold on. Is it possible to solve this problem without lists and sorting? How big is the input anyway? It's just 1,000 lines. Which means that bubble sort would work for sure. We can do it in a square time. Which means that instead of a sorting... Possible is different from sane. Yeah, but like, there's a bunch of missing things in my programming language. Like mutation now, and then there's going to be other things, probably. I mean, technically we can go without mutation, like I said. Do I want to do that, though? Since you are the one who's doing it in Elm? No? Someone else was doing it in Elm? Someone else. But like those functional programming languages which don't have mutation, it's possible to write programs in those. Some people even think that it's easier that way. Just copy the values around. In reverse Polish calculator. Oh, Ruby. Nice. Is oak on its own just enough to do all of that? Can you solve everything with just oak? There's print commands. You can have user-defined functions. All right. I guess it's an entire programming language. I never use the awk. Whenever I don't know. I guess I'm not really like using the command line that much. All right, fine. Let me try. But like, if I'm going into mutation right now, then I don't know. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long. But I am going to need. Well, I mean, there's like the easy mutation that I can do, where I don't get the reference types like in Rust, But instead I can just like reassign the existing variables to new names, to new values, and then when I sort the I can still write like the sorting algorithm as me constructing the new list and then assigning it to the old variable. You know what I mean? Like over here, I would write not sort, but I will say that like, I don't know, lists is sort sort lists 0 and sort lists 1. Sure. So that means that I need to have a new thing, which is just well, I mean, and like over here, you see how I want to push a value to a list, right? So I would instead write something like list. Okay, let's just have two lists, right? Let list A is an empty list, and list B is an empty list, right? And I say something like A is list push, I don't know, A and Zoni, hello. List A and list B. List A, list push to the list A. I'm pushing the parsed A. List B, list push, list B, parse B. We can do that, for example, instead of having methods. Which distro am I using? I'm using NixOS. You can see the icon over here. Top left. Alright, but yeah, this means that I need to have like this expression where something is equal to this thing. Yeah. So I already had the example of mutation, right? Let mutable x is hello, and then I say x is world. That is still the leftover example from the old implementation of the language that was written in OCaml. How was that working? So I had probably the syntax for assigning. That one was built in. So pattern is value, right? And then somewhere assign pattern with existing bindings. Okay. All right. I can implement that, I guess. And then we can just make this example work, because right now it's not working. Run examples mutation. This one doesn't work because first of all I changed the syntax here, so this is using std star, right? Then also the this mutable thing is not working. Std syntax mutable pattern. Mutable pattern is existing, but it's not implemented right now. 6364. Oh, it's this thing. Yeah. So the equal sign doesn't work because it's not expected right now. std syntax, assign. So yeah, because the assign right now is commented out. Nix mentioned. Nix flakes. Hello, hello. All right, so there you go. The mutable pattern is not found. I guess for now I will just say that the mutable pattern is, I'm just going to ignore it. I think I'm going to just make everything mutable for now, maybe. Unless I want to like do that already. So like a mutability is the is property of a binding, right? I guess. Let's see. So if I have a binding, we have a symbol, a type, and I will also have like mutable, I guess, here. So when I see a symbol token like this, I say that mutable should be equal to cast compiler bindings mutable. I think something like that. So I will have a compiler state which has bindings mutable boolean. By default, it's going to be false. So I will say that it's mutable if I have the what mutable pattern. To have a macro mutable pattern that will all that this thing is going to do is it's going to say like that I'm going to clone myself, and I will then say that compiler mutable bindings is true, and then I say compile into like that stuff, which means that I first need to have mutable pattern, right? So I need to get the pattern out of there, and I need to compile the pattern with mutability. Hello, Bess. Wait. Okay. Is that it? And then like the assign also is not existing right now. Yeah, okay. To assign. So in order to assign something, that must be an expression. So we assign a pattern, assign value to a pattern, right? So pattern and value are the arguments here. Pattern, value. So I need to compile the pattern, but I need to compile it with using existing bindings, right? Yeah. Which actually means that I'm going to do something really simple. So like compiler, use existing bindings. That's true, I guess. Is the thing. So a pattern is this thing where I say cast compile pattern, right? So pattern is a pattern like that. Without use existing bindings. It's a boolean, which is by default false. This one is sign. Okay, so we have a pattern. Pattern has been compiled, and then value is compile value. So that is going to be an expression. Compiled expression assign pattern value data span itself. Wait, that's what I need to do. Assign pattern value. Yeah, okay. So we need to have another expression, which is assign pattern value. Value should be boxed. In that case, collect bindings. This does not introduce any new bindings. So value must be boxed. Sure. When I have assign pattern value data, so the type of the assign expression is just going to be a unit, right? But then we need to make sure that the type of value is the same as the type of a pattern, right? So pattern type make same as value type. What else? That's it. I think that's the only thing that we need. Expression assign This is evaluation. When I evaluate the assigning, so assigning is very similar to, I guess, to the let expression, kind of, right? I think it's literally is the same, actually. Can I just do or expression assign here? Because I think it's the same. We just pattern match. And I mean, we already have it, like the bindings. We use existing bindings there, so yeah. All right, let's try to run the mutable example. Is it going to work first try? It says hello, hello, which probably is not correct. Because it's supposed to print hello and then it's supposed to print world, right? Because I have mutated the thing. Okay, this example is not correct. Mutability doesn't work. Why not? Why not? Because pattern match. I'm inserting into the scope by the symbol the new value. Yes. All right, let's try what? I can try something like comp time dbgx, because x is a binding, right? At compilation time, a binding of type string, but I can like give it IDs maybe. So this is a function that just prints x. So it's supposed to capture the same variable, right? Comp time dbgx here. Let's say that when I'm debugging a binding, I want to show its ID maybe. Like this, binding FMT, right? Binding this, hashtag that, self symbol ID. So it is the same one, right? It's binding X with ID of 735. So it's the same one. But I'm calling the function again. It's using the old value. Why? Because it's from a different scope. It's because it's in a different scope, yeah. I mean, technically I'm not making a new scope here though, am I? Because this is all inside the global scope here. But if I say here, print x, without calling a function, then it's going to still say hello. Wait, what? Print x right after I assign it. It's going to be hello. That makes no sense. Alright. Okay, that makes no sense. The free code. Hello, hello. I'm doing great, although I still did not get into actually solving the advent of codes yet. I added lists already today to the language, and now I need to have mutability, at least some simple mutability, and it doesn't work yet. Tracing inform insert into insert into this. This is equal to that. Self ID name value. I do that. So ID2, I'm pretty sure ID2 is my global scope. So I say X is hello, and then I set X is world. And then when I'm still calling hello here. Why? So ID is the same of the scope in which I'm mutating the variable. I'm pretty sure that is correct. All right, let's have info here, and then let's say that when I found something. How did I learn this language to this level? Which this is Rust. I learned it by doing it for a long time. It's how you learn anything. You mean English? Well, English, I guess, also is by doing. English is not my native language, but I guess streaming helps a lot actually, because I guess outside of the streams, I'm not really talking English. But I have been playing games in English. I've been reading stuff in English, mostly technical stuff for programming, and I've been streaming in English. That's how I learn English, basically. It all started with games, because a long time ago, the games, they were not really like localized a lot of the time, and so English was the only version that was available. That's how I started learning English. The accent is perfect. All right. Tracing info. So found this. Wait, in that found, hold on, in this, that is equal to that, right? So I say self ID, I say result 0 name, and I say result 1, which is the value. Okay, look at this here. Look at these logs. I say insert into id2 x is equal to world. So technically, x should be equal to world, right? Right. But then I am finding that x is equal to hello. I know why, actually. I understand what is happening. It's because it's the same name, but it's a different ID. Can I just say the symbol itself to be debugged? Just name. Because symbol, when I'm displaying it... Oh, we have a debug implementation there, so I should just be able to see it. So yeah, there you go. I am inserting the X with ID 759 to be world, but I'm looking for X with ID 735. So like, even although the variable is the same name, it's a different ID, which is why it's different. And the reason for that is because when I'm compiling a pattern, I should compile it using existing variables, right? I already have implemented the existing bindings here, right? And I should use it when compiling a pattern. So implement compilable for pattern here. When I see the identifier, right? This should not introduce a new binding. This should use existing bindings, right? So if cast compiler dot use existing bindings, then it's a different binding. If it's not use existing bindings, then I'm going to like create a new bindings, right? Otherwise, I need to look it up, just like when I am doing this thing. Wait, does it mean that when I'm looking things up, when I'm looking things up, well, I mean, if it's mutable, when I'm looking it up on the during the compilation, it must be a binding, right? Yeah. So value is cast scopes compiler lookup this thing. And then I'm going to match value. So this must be a value binding. And then I will just say that binding is the thing that I need. Otherwise, I'm going to fail the compilation saying that name is not a binding. Right? Is that what I want to do? Compiler lookup gives me optional value. Okay. And the symbol here, we just need a value, and the value must be a binding. Okay. Is that going to work now? Okay, there you go. I have the thing. hello world. So we have mutability. The example works, although it probably doesn't work exactly. Actually, let's try this. If I have a scope here, and I assign inside the scope, that is going to say hello hello because I am inserting in a different thing. Yeah, that's why I was saying that like it should be like, yeah, it should be different. Just the binding is not enough. I need to like know the place where the thing lives. So actually my old implementation was also not correct for mutability. Okay, here's then like the actual solution to this. Here's the actual solution to this, right? And we need to have places, which are also known as L values in C++. Over here, the x, when I evaluate this should not evaluate to the value of x, which is hello, but to the reference to this value, or we'll call those places, right? And then I can assign that to that. So we'll have like L values and R values, right? I mean, or I just need to like just make sure that it works with a scope. Testing, mutating inside a scope. One scope, I guess. That's what I do. It's because in the interpreter, expression assign over here must be a little bit different after all, right? Pattern match. Okay, this is going to be a little different. Let's say pattern match assign, which is going to be similar, but not exactly. So this is the normal pattern match, and this is pattern match assign. Assign to existing bindings. So this should not be insert. This should be like mutate a binding symbol. Yeah, how about that? This is a shortcut still. Like I will remove that code at some point. Mutate self symbol value. It's like similar to inserting, but it's looking it up first, right? Self 0 mutate look up id symbol id value. Kind of similar to this thing. So this like always copies the value out, looking up. Yeah, I'm literally like cloning it. Because otherwise, like, there is the lock. Okay. I guess let's do this. Box impl needs to be. Right, let's get cloned. Will it get cloned? And then I will say function get I will have another function which is going to be called get impl. Now that one is going to say I'm looking things up, and then what am I doing with the value, right? So so f is going to be impl fn once from mutable reference to a value, right? Reference to symbol and mutable reference to value. Yeah, let's do that. And this function should live for this lifetime, right? So this is going to return actually nothing. It's just going to call this function instead, right? So what? And so this one is going to say something like this thing is going to say self get impl look up spawn id, and then I say the function that is going to do with the symbol. Well, I guess this function needs to return R, and that is the result of the thing, right? So the function is going to be a symbol and value. It's going to return symbol clone and value clone. There you go. Not box future. So I'll just say that it's async like that. Which means that this should return optional R if I have found it or not. Right? Yeah, okay. Good. Alright, so now can I make this just async too, instead of like boxing there? Just return option R here. Return some value. So yeah, value in this case is a pair of symbol and value. So I return function f called with, so this is some symbol and value. Parent, what is this? Get cloned. Oh, yeah. Parent get impl. Phone ID f. Then return some value. There you go. That's what I do. And over here, I don't return some result. This result is supposed to be symbol and value, right? Because this, I don't need to clone it anymore. This is going to be get mut then. So I can mutate it here. Locals. Well, it means that the locals needs to have the thing that is going to be get mut self lookup. This is going to return optional symbol value. To do symbol value. Symbol value. So we return some function f called with symbol value, right? Get mut. I look at it, I didn't think, what the fuck is he doing? Cannot follow my code, and much too high for me. I am doing a programming language. Specifically, I'm doing mutability over here. This file that I'm working on is the implementation of scopes. No one can follow what I'm doing. Yeah, it's like it's a little difficult here. So like I have scopes. This specifically is me trying to find a value in a scope. I'm trying to look things up by either a name or an ID, if I know the ID already, right? So I have scopes that are nested. This over here is doing a loop. It's like I'm basically trying to find something in the current scope, and then if I don't find it in the current scope, then I'm trying to get it in parent. This is also async because I potentially like I'm waiting for symbols to appear in the future. Yeah, and like stuff. I don't know. Following thing is difficult. I agree. But I don't know. Well, like we're going to rewrite this entire thing multiple times, so hopefully in the future it's going to be better. But I can tell you what I am doing. What I'm doing is I'm implementing mutation. So over here, you see how like, so I have my interpreter scope, right? So when I see the assigning expression in my code, I need to mutate some variables. So I'm mutating the thing based on the symbol value. That's supposed to be a colon here. Mutate. So instead of mutate, I'm going to say get impl, which actually is just going to be like, I guess I'm going to rename this to lookup. Best is to implement it for yourself, and then you'll understand what he's doing. Do you understand what I'm doing? Have you implemented that yourself? I mean, there are things that are easier to understand over here, what I'm doing, and some things are harder, right? Like even a parser is something that a bunch of people have done already before, right? But the way I'm doing parsing, where my syntax in the language is like extensible, makes it a little bit more difficult than what you're used to when you're just writing some parser for a concrete syntax. You don't have scopes in the interpreter. The interpreter is bytecode instead, but like you still have scopes, right? I mean, like you still have like, I don't know what you call them. Like you have functions. When you call a function, you introduce like, I don't know, you have variables on the like the stack or something, right? Stack is same as scope, kind of, right? Which, I mean, in that case, you don't need a scope, right? Technically, yeah, you don't have that then. You just have addresses directly, yeah. All right, so let's see. So we're doing the lookup. And then I'm saying that I don't care about the symbol. And then place, I will say that I replace the value with a new value. That's how I do the mutation, basically. Right? And then I need to await that. Well, I mean, I do not need to await that technically because this one is supposed to get done immediately. So we say now or never. Unwrap. Gatherer, thank you for the sub. Do your own programming language at the university, but not at this level. This language to calculate a bit. Yeah, I mean, my language has a like it's a very big scope of a project. I'm not even sure that I can implement everything that I want here myself. The code is kind of a mess because I'm like playing around with things. I don't know what I'm doing. I have not been reading books on how to implement compilers and shit, right? But I have a huge plan for the language anyway, because what I have done though is I have tried a lot of ambitious, it is ambitious, I guess, but like I have tried a lot of programming languages as a user, I guess. So I kind of know what I want from a language, but how to implement that, I don't know. There is issues with that for sure. Recursion in async requires boxing. Yeah, that makes sense. I just need to box it over here. Boxed. And I checked whether it satisfied auto traits. Consider removing this method call as the receiver has type. So I guess this should be like send. Okay, maybe fine. That's why I had this returning a box future before. Box future returning option R. So we instead do async. Boxed. So I don't box this thing here. Which means that this is no longer async. It's just a function. And then the future cannot be sent because this must be sent. A lookup is borrowed here. It's like when you try to make MMO first game, Kappa. Yeah, it's kind of similar to that. Yeah. Have there been any people who have made their first game to be an MMO and succeeded? Like, do I have a chance here? Do I want to an async move here or what? Yeah, I guess I want an async move. Okay. I thought get is never used. That's fine. Allow that code. That's how World of Warcraft was made, I'm pretty sure. Because before, is World of Warcraft the first MMO ever? But they have made other games before that, right? Because World of Warcraft is after the Warcraft, right? Okay, anyway, the code works now. It is working. So here we go. We have this test, the mutability, right? So I say mutable x, which is hello, and then I'm also capturing it in a closure here. So we have a closure which is just printing the value of x, right? So I'm calling this prints hello, and then I mutate the x to be world now, and then I call the closure again, and then this prints world, all right? So yeah, that works. I'll add that to the tests then. Tests. Let's see here. Test mutation. The output is expected to be hello world. Okay, nice. Mutation. All right, we have the simple mutation. Although I'm going to like change this. Like I said, the actual plan is to have like places, which is if you guys are familiar with C++, they have these L values or R values, and that's the actual like way that we're going to do that in the future. We're going to have references and shit like that. But I guess we have some form of mutation. Good enough, maybe. Let's see here. Can I implement everything now over here? Let's actually start with a simple thing. How about I just print every line, because I'm not even sure that I can do this right now. So I want to read this thing, and then I want to iterate over all the lines of the input, right? How would I do that even? Like I gotta make this a built-in thing, but I don't think I want to have this as a built-in thing, right? So it says lines is not found. So what is lines? Can I say that lines is something? So lines is a thing from string into unit, right? With yielding like a string, right? Something like that. Or what is it? Is it not called yielding? What was it called? It's a generator handler. That's what I call it. Anyway, doesn't matter. Say this. Let's say that this is a function from string s. So how do I split over the lines, right? How do I split over the lines? And say that like line is empty, right? And then I need to iterate over all the symbols. I think like the iterating over the symbols can be a built-in, right? For character in characters of string s. I say that if c is equal to /n, then I do something. Otherwise, I do something else. If line is not equal to an empty line, then I yield line. If it's /n, then I say yield line, and then line is equal to an empty line. If it's not, then line is is push character to the line. Let's see. Let's have something like this. Like this is how we iterate over lines, right? Although I guess it can also like be the substrings instead, maybe. Instead of like generating the new one like that. So the push character and the characters, I guess, should be the two built-ins then that I need to have. Line 8. I mean, yeah, this is not implemented yet. Let me copy this. Do an example here. Lines. Use std. Let's see, for line in lines. Below. In lines. Read file. Examples. Lines. Let's like print the lines of this source file itself. It's semicolons right now after like curly brackets to give that expected value. I guess because the yield has the thing function is compiled yet. Okay, yeah, so there we go. Character is not found, push character is not found. That's what I need to do. Standard library. I guess those are going to be just native, maybe. Let's see, characters. It's native. Characters. So this is going to be a function from string, the unit with generator handler of a character, right? And then we will have a push character, and that's a function from string and character into string, right? Native push character. Okay, push character is the easy one. The that one is not so easy because specifically because the generator handler is not a native, right? Because generator handler is this thing. Well, I mean, technically I can. Handle is just a function. Into unit, okay. Interpreter. Shouldn't have a function. Contains is string and substring. Parse. Let's just have it somewhere. A function called characters. So that's a native function that takes the argument of type string. Context is empty. Well, technically that is not empty. Generator handler, I guess. Not going to be checked at compile time if I say it's empty. The result is going to be unit. I just need to like be able to reference this. I like, yeah. Expect inferred. And old characters. Okay, let's see now. So value is value expect string, because I need a string there, right? And then we just iterate. So for c in value dot characters, right? In the end, I return value unit. And then over here in this for, I need to call a function. Yeah, I need to like get the current generator context here, right? Bow, bow, bow. Can I do that here? Cast dot. Is it inside the interpreter? Not sure. Of scopes. Interpreter has contexts inside. Yep. Texts. Contexts dot lock unwrap. Get runtime context of the let handler. So this should be generator handler, which means that I need to know what the generator handler is here in this native code. Which means that the generator handler, this thing, should come from native. I wonder, like, can I do somehow where like I define something that is like available to native code but in the standard library? Right now I can only like bring things that are implemented into the interpreter into the language with native stuff, but I want to do it the other way, maybe sometimes. To do native generator handler is this implementation, something like that. Native generator handler. So generator handler is this. And how do I even do that? I think I need to like, yeah, like can I compile code here? Like cast a new, like no standard library. Compile. But then this still is going to do that, right? Here. Like I can evaluate source here, and then I can give it this source directly. Or maybe like I should have something here. So like generator handler is this, after all, just like I was planning to. Hi, my name's Jewel. Hello. So I just need to like the interpreter to know about this thing somehow. Can I see something like native? Set native. Maybe this? Set native. Set native. Name is generator handler. Value is generator handler. Can I do this? Maybe. So we'll have like a native function called set native. And if I call it with these arguments, then it's like assigning those. Right? Something. So my built-ins is that stuff. All right. I guess so we'll have something like set natives is a mutex new hash map new string value hash map new. So this would be mutex hash map string value, right? So instead of saying the generator handler here, instead I need to make sure that the generator handler exists in this case already, right? So generator handler would be how long did it take to make my language? Well, it's not done yet, and I've been working on it for more than a month, I guess, already. It's a big language. Set. I mean, 1 month is not that long, right? Technically. Set natives. What's the better name for this? So like set natives is a thing that I'm supposed to like tell the compiler what it is from inside the standard library. Convert natives. No, have they been converted? Generator handler is a reference to value. And this is supposed to be at runtime. This is supposed to be a type. So it's supposed to be expect type. Like that. And clone. Set natives does not live long enough. Yeah, so like it needs to also be cloned here. Let's set natives clone, which means that it's going to be inside an arc too. So it's going to be an arc, rep arc. Doesn't matter. It does not live long enough. I want to move it. I need to move it. And I need to move it here too. Okay, so now generator handler is a type, which means that, well, I guess this is my handler. It's to be taken outside of the loop when I'm iterating over the character of a string. So handler is okay, or else no no handler, or no handler. Well, I mean, technically we want not to have just the generator handler. That's the thing. It's a concrete generator handler that I want to have here, because generator handler is like a generic thing, right? This is not a type. I need to do something here with that, and to instantiate. Cast instantiate. We don't have instantiate. We have a val. Let's go to eval. If I have expression instantiate a template, then I'm saying this, right? Template. Expect template. So technically this is just saying a function right now. I think what I'm going to say is this. And then I'm going to say self instantiate template with argument, where this is argument. Wait, question mark. So we have async function instantiate, where template is a value and argument is a value. We get a new value as a result. So template must be a template. And then we call this with that argument, and that's it. I'm gonna have to do here. There's supposed to be memorization here. .tm. So I don't expect a type here. I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to get that. Generator handler is then going to be cast instantiate the handler with value type of a character, because I'm going to be yielding characters here, right? And then into await, which means that this shit is supposed to be async, and this is not async, which means that my natives must be async too now. And then I'm going to expect type from there too. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Native function as a native function implementation. So native functions are this right now. So they return a result, but they should instead return a boxed future with output being this. Right? That's what I should do. Consider using static lifetime. Yeah, let's use static lifetime here. All right, now everywhere I'm doing this, this must be future ready boxed, right? That's what I should do always. Let result be this, future ready result boxed. Well, I mean technically because the question mark is here now. Okay. This doesn't look like advent of code. No, it's not advent of code. Here is the advent of code. Day 1 example. I've successfully read the example txt file. But then I'm trying to like implement this function, which is iterating over the lines. But I'm trying to do that in my own language, which is not ready yet for that stuff. Advent of code day 1, write a DSL. Just put the input in the line as a multi-line string. Even if I do that, what I'm trying to do here is to iterate over the lines of that string. So okay, I could technically like, instead of having a multi-line string, I can like have a list of strings. But I still need like to have a way to iterate over a string, right? So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to make it possible to iterate over the characters of a string right now. And then earlier today, I also implemented lists, and then I also implemented mutation already today. So progress has been made. But I still cannot do much. I will just say, I guess, async move. Dot boxed. Async move. Dot boxed. Async move. Dot boxed. Is the link cider going to be released? I don't know. Do we have Davey in chat right now? Well, I mean, maybe, hopefully in 2025 it's going to be released. Hopefully. So when I call a native function, I call it and then I await it now because it's async. All right, good. And then over here, this should also be async move dot boxed. All right, nice. Expect a closure that implements fn trade, but its closure implements fn once. Because it moves the variable set natives. It does. Wait, what? But it moves, but it's cloning it. Wait, what? Should I close the moves FN trade, but this implements FN once? Oh, because over here, this is a move. And this should not be a move. Should I just do an async then here? Yeah, okay. Sometimes it's a little bit stupid. This thing. Yeah. Yo, Hackstree. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Did you solve your advent of code? Just finished day 3 in Python? Nice. I don't think I'm going to finish any day anytime soon though. I've started, but what has happening on this stream is I'm trying to solve the advent of code in my own programming language, but it does not have some features in it yet, which I am implementing in order to be able to solve the advent of code. But I'm not there yet. I have not solved a single day yet. Is it difficult yet on day 3? I think not, right? When does it start become difficult? I don't remember. Does it become difficult at some point? I think the first like 10 days are like trivial usually. Smab UK, hello. You was watching me earlier when I started out today. Yeah, and I still have not made progress on actual solving. Day 3 is a bit tricky in pure functional programming land. Really difficult. It can vary year to year. Last year, day 1 tripped a lot of people up. Yeah, I mean, it's tripping me up right now because it needs a lot of features. So like this thing, it requires me to have lists. It requires me to implement sorting. And then we also need to like zip over the lists, which I guess could be done like with iterating over the indices technically, and then like indexing instead of zipping. Could be doing that. But yeah, it's not just enough to yeah. Hey, can you solve this problem without like sorting? I have not like thought about other solutions, like. But I'm pretty sure that we need to sort here. Maybe you should not have tried doing parser combinators. And on day 3, I have not read the description of the problem yet. Async move dot boxed. Async move. Got boxed. I just need to add a little bit of the async annotations in places. Async block may outlive the current function, but it borrows cast. Okay, I actually need to move here. So here's the thing. I need to move, which means that I need to clone it again here. So I need to say that set natives is set natives dot clone. Yeah. All right. Nice. So we have a handler. The handler is in the form of a value. This value must be a tuple. Expect tuple. Timiri. Hello. Thanks for the raid. Nerdsel says don't look at your code, but okay, I will look at Nerdsel's code. Hold on a second, guys, because otherwise it's like false advertising, right? I'm not solving Advent of code right now. I'm working on the programming language instead, but we should do something related to Advent of code, right? So let's take a look at Nerdsel's code. Nerdsel is doing it in Lean 4, the language. Where is it? Day 3. Instant monad for parser. Parseta? What's parseta? Parser something? Parser front? Parser 1? Parser many? Exact L? Parse line? Parse? What do you mean def parse question mark? What's the question mark? Because that's like a sim. Wait, you can have question marks in the names of things. And you call it question mark because it returns an option. That's just a naming convention. Interesting. Okay. Input, and then we parse line, and then we flatten the list. Wait, how do you flatten a list? Because it's a list of lists, right? Okay. Apparently. Parse line gives me a list of operations. An operation is either do or don't or mul. All right. I mean, I can read this code, but like it's a little weird that I don't know the I just don't know the problem. I only read the day 1, part 1. There is also part 2, right? After I solve the part 1. But apparently you need to parse some expressions there. Let me just quickly take a look here at day 3. Yeah, there is like an expression. So you need to implement your own programming language basically in day 3, right? Nice. Can I just use like cast for that? Wait, can I? Can I just have my like syntax stuff and like implement this? I have to skip invalid syntax? Okay. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I'm not skipping invalid syntax, I see. The simple regex route? Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't do the regexes myself, just because I'm a regex hater, but yeah, I guess that would be easy. Alright, anyway, back to our stuff. I'm trying to make a language that can solve advent of code. So right now I'm trying to implement the iterating over the characters of a string. So for that, in order to iterate, we have the we basically have it as a generator, which is supposed to yield the characters to the handler. So handler is supposed to be a thing where it is going to have a field called handle, and this field is supposed to be a function. Right? So this handler is a function, and this function must be called call. Oh, I guess I don't need to expect the function, right? I should say that I want to call the function, and the function is going to be handler. I call the function with the character C, and that's what I do. Handler, and then handler needs to be like cloned every time. Sure. Get named. Okay. What? I wonder if dependent types will be useful for some advent of code problem in the future, because otherwise you're just writing Haskell there. Yeah. I mean, you can solve it at compile time instead of solving it at runtime using like some stuff, right? Because that's like I think that like since they have dependent types, it means that they allow you to like run code at compilation time, right? Okay, or else. So you're using a let. Get tuple. What temporary is dropped? Get runtime option value. Temporary value is dropped. Expect tuple. Which one? Oh, because get named gives me a reference. I see. Yeah. Okay. There's also a nice language server feature that lets you ask it to calculate any expression. Nice. So you can just like say this, and then like a code action that says like calculate this thing that I have selected, and it just tells you what it is. Nice. Hashtag eval. I'm pretty sure that hashtag eval in Lean 4 is just a compile time evaluating and then printing it, right? Shows up in diagnostic. Oh, it shows up in yeah, because I mean because it's like doing it in compilation time, yeah. It's not that like well, I mean, yeah. Like for me it's just a comp time print, I guess. It's kind of the same, or comp time dbg, I guess. You Do something like that. Okay, context is not listed. Handle. While evaluating native expression, context is not listed. Yeah, so let's list the context. Maybe new not inferred instead. Empty. Okay, nice. It actually worked. Okay, now we have, so like we need to have a second function now, which is a push character. So a push character is a function that is supposed to push character to a string. So result is a string. The argument is a tuple with 2 arguments. Two unnamed arguments. The string and a character. Considering also writing a language that would be useful, what would be some useful learning materials? How did I write the LSP? I don't have the LSP. I'm going to look into that. I'm writing this right now on the screen is Rust. That's not my language. This over here is my language. I don't know any learning materials because I'm trying to learn it by doing it. I have not been researching much. My learning material is just me trying a bunch of different languages. And like maybe not trying, but like just reading about them. So like I read sometimes about different programming languages, basically. But I guess there are books that I know about. Like there is this popular book which is called Crafting Interpreters, right? .com, I guess. There is a website for it, and I guess this is a good starting point. But I have not read it myself. I just know that a lot of people like suggest that if you want to do this. Starting from main, you build a language that features rich syntax, dynamic typing, garbage collection, lexical scope, first-class functions, closures, classes, and inheritance. That's what they do here. But that's an interpreter, and then I don't know if they touch the topics of compilation and other things. I don't know. I just know what I want to have, and how to do it, I have no idea. I'm just doing it. And then hopefully. Okay, anyway, so I'm trying to like push a character to a string to make this a native function. So it's a function that takes in a string and a character and returns a string, right? So my arguments here, let's see here, arguments must be a tuple and then into unnamed. So they must be unnamed, 2 unnamed arguments, which is a string and character, right? So these are the 2 values, and then I say that string is expect string, and then character is expect character, which I don't have right now. So let's have that expect character. If it is a character, return character. Otherwise, say that I expected a character. Okay. All right, and then I return okay value string, which is s plus c. Can we just like have this mismatch types expected string found character? Okay, yeah, we can do that. Okay, so let's say that let mut result is s result push character push c, and then we just return the result here. There we go. Okay, is this example going to work? I don't know. It says set native is not found. Okay, yeah, okay, that's the last thing, I guess. Set native. Set native is a thing. I just don't care what we expect here, but I just say that it's a native function called set native, which sets the arguments. It's it should be like, it should be a named tuple. Should be a named tuple with name and value, right? Name and value. Name expect string, and then value is whatever. So that what we do here is we say set natives lock unwrap insert name value. I think that's all I do, and then this just returns okay. Is that all I do? Native function type function type. Okay, I guess technically would say that this is a function. All right, fine. It's going to be a function where we have the named name, which has the type of string, and we have the named value, and value can be anything. So we say type not inferred. And the result is a unit. Context is empty. Okay. Value unit. Closure is fn once because it moves. Yeah, so I need to move here, and then I say that set natives is set natives dot clone. And this needs to be moved here. And before that, it needs to be also cloned. And then it needs to be cloned inside that. So we'll have like closure within a closure here. Okay, and then this has been moved over here, which means that we need to have another one over here. Like that. Alright, this code is really ugly. Maybe at one point I will refactor it to look better. Is it working? Says that the check failed. Handle char unit context is not available. Oh wait, it says expected string got character. While compiling call example lines 10. Example lines line 10. Push character line and C. Okay. I think it's because C hold on, comp time, dbg_c. So C is a string, and that's wrong. And the reason it's a string is because this is not a character. That's a string, right? For me right now. Because when I'm compiling things, like Lexer just treats all of those as strings, technically. String, AST token string. Token string over here. Yeah, so token string is always a string, but so we have the string type here technically. Right, string type. I'm going to, I guess, match type. STST string type. So it's either a single quoted or a double quoted. If it's a double quoted, then it's going to be a string. And if it's single quoted, then it's going to be a character. In which case the contents let characters is contents characters. Context characters. Let C is characters next. Okay, or else array character literal has no character, has no content. And then I say, so I return C here, but then I say if first next is some, then I say I fail. Character literal has more than one character. Fine. Equal doesn't work for character and a character. Okay, so right now I cannot compare characters. That is in equal. Over here, binary comparison operator. This should be working for characters. In addition to strings, ints, and floats. Probably should work for booleans too, technically. Why not? Let's make it work for boolean. Oh shit, it works. You guys see how slow my language is? all this is trying to do right now is it's trying to read the source file of the of this example and then print it line by line, right? So we have a function lines, which is iterating over the characters and then like yielding the lines. And that's it. And then I'm just printing them. Ugh. Well, I mean, what happens if I do it with the result? With release mode. Yes, cargo run release run example lines. Is it going to be faster? I think should be faster. Okay, that was a little quicker. Okay, I think it works. So this is basically push character and characters, kind of. All right, let's go back to the advent of code. So this is my actual advent of code here. Right, we are going to nix flag lock update cast, going to recompile it. And we're going to say cast run day one main and finish function at line 13. Semicolon. Over here, I also need the parentheses like that. Right, so there you go. Here's our input. We can read it line by line now. Amazing, right? Isn't that amazing? All right. So we have like this lines function, which is converting the string into a generator over the lines. That will like be moved to the std, I guess, but let's keep it here for now. Let's actually have like what? Like util ks. I will have this here, so I will say that what will I use? Something like const util is import util ks. So I'm going to use like std star. I guess I'll just use a util star. That's like my extension to the std here. I think I can just write something like this import dot star. I'm not sure. Maybe I can. So util is going to just say module use std star. Read file is not found. When are you starting to compile it to LLVM and letting LLVM optimize it? Not very soon, because I'm planning to compile it to JavaScript first, and only then to LLVM. Or I would like, if I was to like do in a native, then I'm currently thinking of crane lift instead of LLVM, because I heard that it's easier to work with than LLVM. Even though it's not as efficient, I guess, but it's efficient enough, I'm pretty sure, for my use case. But I can like, since I have the interpreter right now, right? I can have a just-in-time compiler for my interpreter, and if I wanted to make my interpreter fast, then that JIT compiler could utilize something like LLVM or crane lift already, right? Even if I don't like compile it to the native code, I can use these things for the JIT. Critical language? I mean, right now it's not really like much different from your other programming languages. The only thing that is like supposed to be here is like this yielding and shit. This is supposed to be like, this is like, we already have inference, right? Like, I'm not saying that s is a string. This has already been inferred automatically. But like, I guess the contexts, algebraic effects are like inferred, and that's not a feature that you see in most programming languages. And then the extensible syntax, I guess, is also something that you don't really see usually. Other than that, it's like, it's just a language. I think. Push character is not found. Wait, why not? Am I not re-exporting it this way? I thought that this would be re-exporting shit. Use a steady star. Do I still need to use a steady star? Okay, sure. So can I move this thing here? Then in the util, right? Yeah. Okay. So there you go. This is the actual solution for line in line, sprint line. Okay. Here is another thing. Let's try split white space, right? Split white space, and then I need to. So like now every single line. Now every single line needs to be converted into two things, right? So I think first of all I need to say split white space, similar to the lines, right? Is function as maybe I should like just refactor this. Let's say that lines is just like split by maybe c is equal to /n. How about that? I think this makes sense to me. And then split by is a function from string and the splitter, I guess, right? So string f is a function from character into boolean, right? So we say here if fc, then we yield line, and yeah. So string and character. Okay, and then I would say that split white space is just function which is going to be split by c is equal to like space. Okay, that's like that's not all, but I think this is going to be good enough for my use case. So over here I say basically for like item in split white space line, I just say dbg item. Let's see. So it says type is not inferred, failed to hash. Wait, what? Type is not inferred, failed to hash. Handle not inferred into unit. Wait, what is not inferred? Line is not inferred? I think it might be not inferred, actually. Yeah. Item. String. Yeah, that works. I also see that, like, this leaves the empty ones. Right? Because, yeah. Yeah. So, like, I need to have a split. Split by. So split by should have like a third argument, right? Should have a third argument, something like yield empty is a boolean, right? So when I split by the for the lines, this yield empty should be should be true, because the lines can be empty, right? And in the here, the split white space, I do not want that, right? So like this last line is empty is because, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like this also should be like configured, I think, right? This is like if I was to split by a comma, this would also allow the trailing comma. which we don't maybe always want to have. But yeah, let's say here if yield empty, then we're going to yield the line here. All right, there we go. So we have these things 4 3 5 3 9 3. I think this is not correct though. 4 3 5 3 9 3. Guys, this is not correct. This is not correct. We have a bug. 4 3 5 3 9 3. I think this is just doing the right thing. Instead of like the left one. But why would that be? Oh wait, I know why. I'm stupid. This implementation is not correct. If yield empty or line is not equal to empty, right? Then we yield line. So we need an or, it means. I currently don't have this, so we need to implement that. Right? Built-in function or cannot be used until it's defined. Yep. Yep. Yeah, let's have the and ors. We need to have and ors x or built-in function. Should this be functions? I think this should be more like macros, I think, which means that I'm going to have an expression for those because they're supposed to be like short-circuiting anyway, right? These things. So I'm not supposed to like calculate both left and right hand side of those. Yeah. Course. So I have two new type of expressions then, right? Which is going to be end. Left hand side. Right hand side. And or. When I initialize the end expression, it means that the left hand side type is expected to be Boolean, same as the right hand side, and then we return as a result of this expression is also going to be a Boolean. So the type of the end is a Boolean. We do the same for or. When I evaluate when I evaluate them, what I need to do is left hand side is self-evaluate. Left hand side, wait, expect boolean, right? So if left hand side is true for end, then I return eval right hand side, right? Otherwise we return value boolean false, right? So we don't evaluate the right hand side if the left hand side is false, and for the or we evaluate the right hand side only if the left hand side is false. Otherwise we return true. Right? Is that correct? I think that's correct. Okay, and then in the compiler, and you have these like things that construct these expressions. And did I split this file into multiple different ones? And have end and or. Both of them are going to be expressions. Left hand side and right hand side. Left hand side, right hand side. We okay, compiled expression, end. Left hand side, box, new, self compile, left hand side. Right hand side, file, right hand side. And then or is same thing but for the or. Okay. That work? Just REPL. True and true is true, true and false is false, false and true is false, false and false is false, true or false, true, false or true, false or false, true or true. Okay. The priority of the end is higher than the priority of the or. So if I say something like false or true and true, it's going to be true. If I say true or false and true, that's going to be true. If I say false or false and true, it's going to be false. Right. Or I guess false or true and false. That's how we test this. Yeah, this is false. If with the other priority, no, hold on, false or true and true. But that is true. Wait, hold on. How do you test the priorities here? I don't know. I will assume that it's correct. And or. Test run. Okay. There you go. So now I have 3, 4, 4, 3, 2, 5, and that is our actual example. Okay, nice, nice. So what next? Next we need to parse them into integers, right? We need to parse them into integers. So let item int 32 is parse item. Right? There we go. So that works. Next. What is next? So then I need to add those to the lists, right? And sort the lists. I'm actually getting close. And then we'll just need to have some math and like iterating over the lists, right? So don't have like 2 lists. I don't know. A is an empty list, and B is an empty list. Okay. List of integers. True or false and false. Yeah, I guess. Just rebel. True or false and false. There we go, it's true. If true implementation is true, yeah. So over here, we will also say something like let mut I don't know, index is 0. Let's see here. So index is index plus 1, right? If index is 0, then we say this, something like A is push list. I don't know, list push. A parse item. Is that what I do for now? Is that what I do now? Just going to say that the list expected a value. Oh yeah. Okay. Wait. Hold on. I have no way of creating an empty list right now because this parsing fails. Which means that I need to have an empty list. Macro list with no values should be possible, I guess. Compiler list. So values into so values is an optional name then. At values asts is match values. If it's some values, then I do this and then return values asts. If it's done, then I return just an empty vec here, I guess. Okay. Empty list, and then I need to be able to push an item to the list. This is a list of not inferred. Yeah, so that makes sense. Empty lists. Push character. So similarly to push character, list push, or we'll fix the namings later. So list push is a thing which expects as an argument. The first argument is a list of element type, right? The second argument is the element type, where element type is new, not inferred. That's the prettiest function declaration I've ever seen. Yeah, I can make it prettier for sure. I think the ugly part here is this, the stdsync arc new, and then I convert it into stdsync arc native function impl, because this is a din trait basically, right? And then I need to into this because of shit, and like there's a lot of noise here. I agree. Feels prettier than Haskell. Oh, you mean the lean language? Yeah. You hate my codebase because you do not care about that kind of noise. I mean, I understand the value of the noise, right? Like I appreciate the thing, like, but at the same time, like, if it was possible to write it in a less noisy way, wouldn't it make it look nicer? And like, I don't know, like, I don't know. Less code means that I need less to read, and maintaining it is going to be easier then. But I still want to have like the types and shit, obviously. You mean you don't care about the dot into? Yeah. I mean, over here, what happens actually? Like, I'm wondering if it's possible in Rust. Maybe you can help. But I'm pretty sure it's not possible. So you know how you can, in Rust, do the thing where, if you want to have the arc din function, you can say arc new, and then you just say something like this, right? Anyway, this works, but technically this is a concrete function type and this is a dynamic function type. So there is some like implicit conversion that is actually happening here. Like Rust does not have a lot of implicit conversions, but in this case it is happening. But if I want to have the struct foo of type t, right, which has like inside of it the arc t, right, and then I want to say that this is foo use std sync arc. So if I want to do this, then I want the implicit conversion to happen too. Can I have that? The function zero STs? Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's a zero-sized or not a zero-sized. What matters to me is the implicit conversion from a concrete type to a dynamic trait. Is the conversion sort of unsafe trait or something? I don't know. Like, I basically want to implement this because this is done through a compiler magic where it can like cast the things automatically, but not for my own types. Nightly only. All right. So it's the conversion save that I need. Curse unsized. Unsized coercions. Yeah, it's probably the unsized one, yeah. Although technically it's not because it's unsized, right? It's... Oh, I mean, din trait is unsized, right? But... Maybe we can just look at the standard library implementation, no? Of an arc or a box. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Like T is not necessarily sized. That makes sense, right? But the coercion. Do I take a look at the new? No global out of memory handling. Inline data T. Arc T. Wait, there is no special like annotation on this thing. On this method, which means hold on. Let me see. I've been doing it wrong. So T is not necessarily sized, right? Like this. And I want to have impl foo, impl T sized. Ooh. Well, I mean, wait a second. This shit is sized. Yeah. So it's like it's coercing it into the din trait, like before passing it as an argument. Function new. Self arc new x. Like that's all I want to work, right? You see how it says mismatched types? Because expected struct din fn, but found struct closure, because the closure has a concrete type, right? Okay, it doesn't need to be a din fn. It can be like din whatever. And arc din fn, see if it fails. I guess it will fail. I'm guessing. So arc din fn new this. Yes, I'm pretty sure this will fail. The function exists, but it, like, because this is unsized, right? So like the implementation, yeah, it doesn't work because what we actually do here is we wait a second. Wait, hold on. The coercion happens between the two arcs. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's happening. Yes. So we have the arc underscore, and then we say as arc din din function. So we can do this. That's what's happening. So like this is something that I cannot do for my own custom types, right? Check impl curse unsized. Okay, so that's what I need to do. Impl curse. Huh? Where is it? Wait implementations. Curse unsized. Yeah. Unsized. Curse unsized is nightly. And then there's just unsize. I'm not familiar with all the nightly stuff. Types that can be unsized to dynamically sized types. So T is like the din trait, and self is the concrete type then? Is that it? So yeah, this implements unsize U8. Okay, sure. So I cannot implement that. Otherwise, I would be able to get a DST coercion. what the functions ESTs have. It doesn't matter about the functions ESTs. I mean, functions implement the function trait, and then you can convert any trait into like the thing. It doesn't matter if it's a dinfn or if it's anything else. Like it can be like din debug, stdfmt debug, right? And then I can say that this is like 1, 2, 3, and then this is I32 or something. It's the same shit. Why is Rust Playground so slow? Stabilization. Oh, they needed for Bevy last week. Mentioned Bevy tracking issue MVP no STD Bevy. Wait, why are they trying to do no STD Bevy? Does anyone need no STD Bevy? I mean, sure, but like, what? Like what? What? Like, why are they even like thinking about it? That's confusing to me. Subscribe. All right. Click on it. All right, let's click on it. Fine. I'm supposed to make my language work with the advent of code, but fine, we'll click on Bevy. It's a tracking issue. Well, since it's a tracking issue, it means that there was an like an RFC that was like merged, right? No STD compatible, so set of Bevy. The tasks are ordered roughly in sequence. Bonus features. Not planned. Animation. General note. Platform support. We know SD is necessary for certain platforms. Excuse me, they want to have a baby on the UEFI? Or like, how do you pronounce this thing? Sure. I mean, Game Boy Advance is no STD. Really? Playdate? A Raspberry Pi? Pico? I mean, I have a Raspberry Pi. I'm pretty sure it's not no STD. What's a Pico? That like... The one without the operating system support? The Switch needs no STD. I'm pretty like it's confusing. I'm pretty sure it should not like this should not need like the thing. Nintendo Switch freestanding, but like I don't know. That's weird. Like how does the other shit work on the Nintendo Switch then? I mean, I'm not familiar with those platforms, so I don't know. Element type. Phone. Okay, anyway, result here is once again a list, a new list of element types. List push. Okay, so when I have a list, we have a named thing, which is list. and new element, right? So then I say list is list expect list. It's new to expect list. It's supposed to give me a list of values. Let's go here and have a list with list value instead of inlining that here. List value. Spray for list value. My hash. Type of a list. List. This list of list element type. So result is a list. And I say that result values push value new element and return the value list result. Value list value. Can I make the Rust analyzer faster? I need to like wait for 5 seconds. Ray March, are you still here? When you're working on your code, how long do you wait for the Rust analyzer to like, or like how long are your compilation times? I'm wondering. Like, look this here. This is the debug stuff. I need to wait for 8 seconds. That's not even like I was thinking that my game engine is heavy, but over here it's not a game that I'm doing. And it's like, I don't know. I thought that this project would be like a lot smaller. But it's a bloated language, yeah. List push. List push. Empty list. I'm going to add to an empty list a hello. Right? So this is a list of hello, which is a list of strings. Nice. Okay, so then I just need to have the in the std library const list push. So list push is for all types t It's a function native list push of type type list t and t into list t, right? That's what I want. Think list push use std. How many lines of code do I have? List push list, hold on. 1 2 3 into 32. Okay, that works. Nice. Incremental builds of shame on your old laptop were about 1 second, about 20,000 lines of code. That's pretty fast. Yeah, that's pretty fast. Are you doing something to like make sure that your compilation times are fast? I'm using a lot of async, and I'm thinking that async is like maybe the thing that is like affecting compilation a lot. I guess like you can help the compilation speeds with using dynamic traits instead of like static dispatch. You have no dependencies except of this error. Yeah. My lines of code is about 10,000, 9,000 lines of code right now. It's pretty much zeroed in. Do you use like the linker or something? The mold? Or maybe your old laptop is just like faster than mine. I have a Ryzen 360 which at 3.6 gigahertz. Maybe that's like pretty much outdated at this point, right? What is the current like best CPUs? CPU benchmarks. Ryzen 3600. It's not even like on the first page here anymore, right? Like, should I just get a better one? Apple M1. It's about 4% faster. Search. Ryzen 3600. Wait, why can I not find it? It's Ryzen like 5 3600. So the CPU value is 200. CPU mark is 17. CPU mark is 150. So I can have a 10 times faster CPU if I wanted, right? Where's the M1? M1 Ultra 20 core has a 40, which means that it's more than twice faster than mine, right? Is there that's like the general score. You have a basic SM1. See here. M1. Apple M1, like 8 core, 3200 megahertz. This one? CPU mark. Well, I mean, wait, hold on. In this case, mine is better than yours. My CPU. Even although it's really old. Well, but I mean, because it's a laptop, right? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just writing code wrong or something. Just write faster code. It's probably all your fault. Yeah, it's probably all my fault. I'm just like, what exactly? Did I do the cargo timing thing? Cargo timing. Cargo build the Timings. Help. What? Timings is HTML. Flag is unstable. I need to do it unstable. I'm not using nightly Rust. Vov. Hallå. How's life going? Oh, life is going pretty well. I'm making my own programming language and I'm trying to solve the advent of code with it. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm still here. I'm too lazy to move anywhere. You know, I'm still in my room. Going outside, I don't do that. You know, I'm just sitting in front of my computer, doing some stupid shit. You know. Okay, here we go. Number literal type could not be inferred. Why? Because this needs to be an I32, because otherwise it does not know what is the type here. Okay. Okay, I think it actually worked. Let's see here. DBGA, DBGB. So we have two lists, supposedly, right? So the first list is supposed to be the left column from here, right? 3, 4, 2, 1, 3, 3. Okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. We have parsed the input into the two lists. Right? So now we need to write a sorting algorithm. And then we are almost done. So how would I write a sorting algorithm? One second. Considering learning lean, it's just Haskell with some nicer things. Well, I mean, it has the dependent types, which is a pretty big change. Did you try Idris, Nerdsoul, and how does it compare to Idris? But I have read something like on lean language where you can where is it? Axioms and computation. Like, you know, when you are doing something like accessing a list by indices, right? You can optimize out those bound checks in lean, as far as I understand, by writing a proof by proving to the compiler that like your algorithm is like the same as some other algorithm, and then that other algorithm doesn't need the bound checking or something like that. I don't remember where I saw this though. I just briefly like they're improving. This is a different thing. Info manual, probably the manual. We have monads. Transformers laws. Foreign function interface. Can you interact with C here? Is there any like big thing that is written in Lean? Auto bound implicit arguments, they also have that, apparently. Like it has a bunch of things that are similar to what I'm doing, including syntax extensions, where you can write your own syntax. Syntax declares a parser or some shit. Operators. Where is it? I don't see it. I don't see it. I saw something where you can prove something to eliminate the bound checks basically for optimizations. But I can not find it anymore, so yeah. Lists. Okay. We need to write a sorting algorithm. So we say something like A is sort A, B is sort B, right? So we need to have a sort. Let's have it in our this library, which is not so standard. Sort is a function. Sort. Let's have a function that operates on integers for now. Right? Function. Where we have the list, which is not have a list because it's a keyword now. Let's just say x is a list of integers. S should give me the list of integers back. So how do you write the sorting algorithms again? Which one should I? Which one would be easier to like implement here? Sorting algorithms. Something that's like not a bubble sort. Which one? A quick sort. Fine. Let's see. Quick sort. How do you choose the element in quick sort? So we need to like split this thing into two like parts, and then like sort them recursively, right? Partition. It was by selecting a pivot element. How do we select the pivot element? With RNG, or like the first element is the pivot element? How do you do it normally? I'm writing a bitvec struct in Rust from digits. Bitvec. Should this be 16 or 1? I think I would like if you want it to be 16 or 1, it means that I would call it just a number, like a number with the base of 2, right? Is that what it's called? Bitvec is like, I don't know. But anyway, if you do a decimal number from digits of 1 and 0, it would be 10, right? And not 1, I think. Or maybe you should rename the from digits into from digits, like a list. Like, I don't know how you call those things. List significant, from list significant, or something. It's a variable length. But it's fixed base, right? It's a binary because it's a bitvec. Wait, you say bitvec 64 though. Wait, what does a bitvec 64 even mean? Like, I know what's a bitvec. It's like a vector of bits. And bitvec 64 is just kept at 64. Okay, so you cannot have more than 64 bits there. But how much memory do you actually use to store the 64 bits? Because if all of them are used, then you need to store the length somewhere too. Which means that you need like a little more. It has a len. Well, I mean, yeah, it has a length, which means that you are storing it in like in an extra thing. It's for graphics sample bit masks. But like, why wouldn't you like you just use some of the bits from the U64 to like the 4 bits from the U64 to store the length? So it would be like a bitvec 60 then. Or is it still a bitvec 64 because it's like encoded in 64 bits, but the maximum length is not 64 then? Anyway, what's like the usual way in quicksort to choose the pivot element? It's like on average it's n log n, but like the pivot element. While determine the point of division, so that all elements with a value less than the pivot come before the division and greater than the pivot come after it. The elements that are equal go either way. Pick a value called pivot that occurs in the range. The precise manner of choosing depends on the partition routine and can involve randomness. Alright. You can choose whatever. Well, if I choose the first element, then like it's obviously going to be like linear, like quadratic worst time, right? For the sorted or for the like reverse sorted list. It's always quadratic worst time. Yeah, but like it's not supposed to be worst time for like just a sorted list. That would be like really bad sorting algorithm, right? I think I would like do the merge sort. I think it's easier to code anyway for what I have right now. It is slightly faster than the merge sort. Like I don't have like references into the lists here, so I would need to let's take a look at quicksort Haskell. Run SD, huh? Hello? Okay, so Haskell chooses the first element as its pivot. Okay, sure. In place quicksort. Java. In place quicksort Haskell. I'm not going to have in place yet. I don't want to implement the in place stuff yet. Every graphics API has two completely separate multi-sample count and sample bit mask. If list length of x is less than or equal than 1, then we just return the list x, right? Speaking about returns, I don't have the early returns right now. I could have the early return. But let's just say an else here. Let pivot be list get x0. And then I say let let first half, I don't know, let result be partition x with partition x with pivot, right? And then we say that for for element in list iterate partition. Wait, where's my? Wait a second. Where's my ligature? Ligatures don't work for. Wait, they work in this Vim, but not in this Vim? This is literally the same. What's wrong here? Going to reload? Oh, because I'm in terminal here, okay. And not in Neovide. I need my ligatures. There you go. So list iter partition x. Wait, but partition means like so like element into element less than or equal then pivot goes to the first half, right? And then element is more than pivot. I guess it's like probably better to do less than and then more than or equal than pivot on the other side. And then I just result is list push result element. Like now this is like very slow, but it's okay. Invent of cast. Hello, Brainoid. So for this, I need the list iteration. Partition, I guess I can write here. Partition is a function. Partition. Let's see. Partition is for all type t. We have a function from list of t, and then function, which is a function from t into boolean. Then this returns me the list of t's back. It's more like a filter then, and not partition, right? Because partition would do it in place. Let's call it the list filter. So you can do it like this. You just created two separate arrays out of the given data and inserted them in new vim. Yeah, but like I don't want to do it with NeoVim. I want to make a programming language. Just solving advent of code is easy. But that's not the goal. So I need to do the list. Okay, let mut result is list empty. And then I say for element in list iterate x. Eventually we will just be able to write for element in x, but yet, yes. If f element, then result is list push result element result. That's what I do. Wait, what? Pattern expression compiler 1163. I'm trying to call as a pattern. Wait, what? Where? Sort not found. So it's somewhere around here. Where? Oh wait, no. Then x else. Where? The pivot? Where? Wait, what? Function? Oh, wait, it's a colon. It should be a double colon. That's why. I should probably not panic there, but instead return an error and say something. Okay, list length is not found. So I need a list length and I need a list iter. Those are the things that are supposed to be like natives probably. Interpreter. So similarly to how characters, I guess something very similar to this one. Characters is supposed to be list iter. So we have the generator handler. The generator handler is not a generator of type character. It's supposed to be a generator of type of my list, right? Because value is expect list, right? So I iterate over the value elements or like values, right? I call this with element, and then the generator is over the types, which are value element type, right? So this is list iterator. I think that's all that I need to do. List push. Okay, let's have the list length. Wait, list iterator. List length. List length is going to be a function from the list of a whatever type. I don't care. New not inferred. Result is going to be an int 3264. Should I have a u size for the lists sizes? Maybe. Let's have it an int 32 for now. Doesn't fit. List iter. I want to change this because the argument is not a string. The argument for the list iterator is also the argument of a list type new not inferred. The list of like element type. So stdlib, we will have list length is a native list length of type list t into int 32, and then we have a list iterate is for all type t. It's very similar to this shit. Native list iterate, which is handler of type t from the list of t's, right? All right, list length, use std star list length of list 1 2 3, which is int 32. Okay, so the list is length 3. Okay, good. And then list iterate over this, and I say something like 4x in this dbgx, This is not going to infer it. So like I don't have the inference for the generators right now, I guess. But if I say that this is int32, then generator handler not set. Not set. What? Generator handler is not set. Why not? Weird. Can I say for C character in hello in characters of hello world. BGC. Like that works. So I definitely have this shit. It's working. Handler not set. But it is the same thing. Set natives. This is the natives that are over here. They are supposed to be done only once. Because this... Oh, is it because I'm cloning it? No, wait. No. I'm never like... I'm only calling this here when I'm making a new cast interpreter from scratch. That makes no sense. What's the difference here? Is the difference that that one is a generic thing? So this is a list iter of int32 technically. But why would that make any difference? From scratch. Oh, it's because it's a cache. Okay, maybe that actually like is the thing. It probably needs to be inside the cache then, and not inside the interpreter cache. Okay, what is cache? But compiler imports. Let's see here, interpreter cache. Let's have that here. To abstract cache. Because I guess I guess both the built-ins and the the contexts are not, but the built-ins can be inside the cache. The contexts are actually part of the state. And then the natives is the natives. X. We call them set natives. Which means that string value Now implement scanf. Impl cache function new. I think this actually is more like a cache indeed. Like over here we have only context, over here we have everything else. Including the set natives. Here.
Can you rechat, please?
You'll be doing advent of code too, and not on his gem, I assume. When is on his gem? I don't know. I think I'm not going to do much gems. Oh. That's gem 7, this one. In 4 days. I don't know. Yeah, I think I had enough of gems, kind of. Like, there is, like, I didn't even, like, enjoy the last loot in there, to be honest. That's what I said, so... I don't know. There must be a reason for me to participate. I mean, I can just chill and, like, I think I would be down to, like, maybe doing something that is not coding. But I don't know what I can do. Even my coding is bad anyway, so, like... But I'm even worse in other things. And draw some paint art if someone wants me. If Gus was game dev ready, I could. Yeah, but that's not going to happen in a long time. Maybe Honest Gem 8 will be possible. Can I make a text-based game? I'm not even sure if I can make a text-based game. That's why I'm doing Advent of Code here. And I cannot dissolve the first day of Advent of Code yet. Right? Okay, fine. This is going to be a park after all. Park mutex. And it is never read. I mean, yeah. Wait, do I need it? Be read, actually. Actually, don't. Alright, let's try again. For element instead 2 in std list. Okay, I need to first use std star. for x int 32 in list iterate over a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of int 32 dbgx. Okay, nice, it works. So list iter and list length, right? List iter and list. Can I solve the advent of code finally? Is that all I need? Because I have math. Do I have math? I think I have math already. Cast run. Function is not compiled yet. List get is not found. Okay, list get. List get. X0. That's the thing. Yeah. List length. Let's have the list get. List get is a function which takes a tuple. Which takes a tuple. Of a list. And index int 32, maybe usize, and then we return the element. List this shit is element type. Work decided she has to read some book on some testing framework first, but then looked at my code and decided to read some book on Ruby first. She cannot English. Things are so slow. Well, to be fair, if I was my own coworker and I was looking at my own code, I would probably need some book to understand what's happening here too. So list and index is args and dot expect tuple into named into unnamed like this. List is list expect list. Index is index expect int 32. List values get at index into okay or else query List index out of bounds. Okay, that. Expected to closure to return this, but returns that. Wait, can I get a thing from the back and own it at the same time in Rust? Can I move an element out of a list? I mean, I can clone it here, but... Dun, dun. Cannot infer the type. Are you stupid? Why can you not infer the type? Because you don't know what I'm doing this into, right? Can I say as usize? No. I guess I want to have like into your size into index. Okay, so that is a try. Yeah, okay. Try. I guess I can have view size try from index. Okay. Or else incorrect index. Try from map error. Incorrect index. Element type is moved. Clone. Is that it? Let's go into REPL. Well, I guess I can also add it to the standard library. So list get is native list get from list t and int32 into t without any generators. All right, list std list get list hello world 0. So this is hello, and this is world, and this is out of bounds, and -1 operator unary. Negative. Okay, negation is not working yet. List get. Wait, why does not negation work? I can just make it work immediately. Or do you want the advent of code command to tell you? Unary plus binary plus binary plus. Let's see here. So I need to just define the things. Unary plus and unary minus. Native plus. T into T. I mean, that one I'm not even going to make. I'm just going to say that this is going to be a function, I don't know, something like x e into x. Because we don't even have the unary plus operator in Rust. Anyway. Unary minus, yeah, sure. Okay, let's see here the unary operator impl name string result type is a type. I think I'm not going to just say unary operator is this. We have a function from value into value. We have a built-in value expected type. We are going to not have a tuple here, but we're just going to have the operand type as both the argument and the result. Say that this is the let's call it type. If you like tasks become harder, you don't know how to solve it in Resel, haven't implemented sort. Oh, are you also looking at day one? You cannot solve the day one. You cannot do the sorting in your language. Well, it's definitely possible. Do you have your Razel stuff still? Hello, Razel. So Razel is the programming language that Veleg did, where you draw your app. Like this means go to the right, this means go down, this means go left, and then this is like adding values to the stack, and then you do shit with it. It's pretty cool. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just going to have a... I'm going to insert named unary operator. Name is minus, and then function is value into match value. If it's an int32 value, then I return int32 minus value. Int32, and then 3264, and then float. Is that it? I think I don't have any other numbers yet. So we will just say okay here. Then if it's anything else, then I say array fail. Unary minus doesn't work for this, which is value type. Strap. Negative 1, 2, 3 float. Std float. Tuple inferred to be, wait, what? Tuple inferred to be a float 64. Wait, what? I think it's because the unary operator has something with tuples here still. Does it? No, there's no tuples. Native unary minus. Not found. Wait, what? Oh. It's because this is supposed to be unary. Because otherwise I'm just like replacing the existing subtraction operator. They have to be a different name. 1, 2, 3. Type inferred to be in tuple inferred to be int 32. Which one is a tuple? Maybe std lib unary minus tuple inferred to be int 32. What? Unary minus doesn't work for .x is string. Oh, it has to wait. It has to have a name. I see. Yeah, it has to have a name. Or I need to have in a syntax. This needs to be not x, but like underscore. To be unnamed, I guess. Negative 1, 2, 3. Std int 32. Still a tuple. Yeah, because it's a tuple with one element. I see. Ross Mike, hello, hello. I think I'm almost ready to like solve the day one of the advent of code. Let me just make sure that my negation operator works. So the problem is when I have the syntax definition like this, right? Like technically I can have multiple values in a syntax definition, right? If it's a 1, then it's still going to be a tuple with one element instead of just the element itself, which means that in the standard library here, this must be like a function that is like doing something else. But I can make this to be a macro. So this macro is having like the argument, right? X. It just must be like a tuple and not just nothing. So this would be this would be doing something like this. So this is const like I don't know, implementation is this. And then I say whether I return this from a macro to be I'm just going to call this simple function with argument being x, right? Let's see, plus 1 to plus hello. It's even supposed to work like that. Impl is not found when compiling impl here. While compiling impl at 78 over here, this says it's not found. I thought this would work if I have the const here. While compiling, I thought I could capture this thing in the inside a macro. What if I do this then? Macro unary const unary plus. So I just call the function a unary plus with x plus x. Okay, so that works. I thought I could capture. That's weird a little bit, I think. All right, so I mean, we can just do this then. So we just rewrite the unary plus operator into calling this function here. And then we are going to do similarly the this thing const unary minus is that, and then this is a macro x into unary minus x. A little bit more in direction, but that's fine. Negative I is going to say that this doesn't work for string. It's supposed to like not compile, but that's what to do here. Negative 1 2 3 std float 64. That's going to be negative 1 2 3. Nice. Nice. Okay. Unary minus plus. All right. Let's see if I can solve the advent of code now, because I think I have everything. I think I might have everything. Quistis. Hello, hello. Oh, it went. What went? Thing went. We're still going. We're trying to solve the advent of code. Okay, we have type inference problems. Expected a list and an int and got just a list when I'm calling util 46 over here. List get, yeah, okay, that makes sense. List get, it has two arguments, x and like the list and the index. That's right. Template is not compiled yet. Function is not compiled yet. Macro call 47, util 47. What is it? The list filter is not compiled? Wait, what? Why not? Wrote an almost Rust compiler in Rust? Yeah, it's supposed to be a language with the features of Rust, including more features than Rust. But I don't have the features of Rust yet. We have the type inference, some basic type inference. Function is not compiled yet. Template. This one. So list filter is not compiled, but shouldn't it tell me that it's not compiled yet? I guess it's not compiled yet. You're doing advent of code with C this year? Nice. Boom. Just to learn C. I think if I make this not a led but a const, maybe it's going to change something. Oh, it's not. No, it's like there's no reason for it to matter. I mean, I can make everything const, but it doesn't matter. What happens if I do them the other way? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Expression. Function is not compiled yet. Yeah. Okay, I have a... I don't know. Let's try the... Wait, so let's just try the list filter and not the sort then. Right? Let's see, just REPL, or I guess cast REPL in this case. Import util. Not yet implemented. Absolute import. Import util. So template is not compiled when I'm doing that. That's fine. We'll have the list filter. Let okay, let's just use import star. Okay, so we have the list filter, list filter, list filter, list 1, 2, 3 with a function x into x is more than 2. And yeah, it just says that it's not compiled yet. But I don't know why. Okay, let's say that here I'm going to comment this. I'm going to say that const t is int 32. And I say let list filter be that. So it's like not a generic one, but a concrete function now. And it says the list filter not found. So it's because the list filter... Wait, it says list filter is not found. Wait, what? Why? Util 35. List filter. This is list filter. That's a module, which means that I should be able to like reference something from the future. Assertion fail. Oh wait, I have an assertion that failed. Something pattern expression. Where? Const t. List filter is not found. And then left is right failed. I have a like an issue somewhere. Does anyone see? I have something that must be compiler 1163. Compiler 1163. It's a call. When I'm calling, I have a call inside an inside a pattern somewhere. Where? I forgot a semicolon somewhere. I think that's the issue. Maybe the function. No, that doesn't make sense. I have a semicolon here. Let's comment this entirely. So now just list filter is not found. Okay. Const t is int 32. Now that works. Sure. Let list filter is a function. Function Wait, I'm stupid. Like, because like I'm writing Rust and cast at the same time. I already did the same mistakes today. Like look at this. X is supposed to be double colon because I don't do the types with a single colon. I should either like change it and like allow the colons. Right now the colon is used for like the variant types. Expected int32 got unit and built-in macro if. Where? Because over here I need to return result in the end. We have type inference issue, so that was correct. There you go. Does it look sorted though? It does not look sorted. Let's go back to this. Being generic. Expected binding T. Got ID. What sorting algorithm is this? I think that's a quick sort. But I'm also like copying the lists a lot. So it's like not efficient. For now. Can implement bow sort? Yeah, I can. It doesn't matter what sorting algorithm I use. What matters is like, is my language is miscompiling here correctly or not? While evaluating list expression at util 45. So result over here. Wait, what? While evaluating list expression, expression evaluated to incorrect type. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I understand what it is. I understand. Let's go to the interpreter. There is like expected type. Is substitute bindings. Yeah, there you go. List. So not the data type, inferred or default. Oh wait, but then okay, well I need to substitute bindings again. I guess. I understand what it is. Expected type is being used. Only there in the end. Substitute bindings. I do that here, yes. Okay, fine. Fine. Expression list. This inferred or default dot substitute binding. Inferred or default. That's supposed to like result a result. Okay, map error array list expression type not inferred. I mean that's not supposed to happen though. So we no longer do an okay here. We just do this. Just say here that let that list type is that match list type. Mm. So this is a type, inferred or default. But substitute bindings. For context, for type. I think I just say here. And this should be inferred substitute bindings cast cache. I'm going to implement substitute bindings for type shape. Match self. There is no more intos. I guess makes it easier. Value expect type if it's a binding. Indeed. I cannot even do that because of a binding. Undo everything. How do I substitute this shit here? This type, okay, so I guess, so this must be a type, inferred or default. Into match list type inferred. Okay, unwrap. Now I can unwrap, but then I say that list type is list type substitute bindings cast cache. Good recurse cache. Do I implement transpose? What do I implement transpose for? The lists are given vertically. No, I don't implement transpose, I just like construct the lists as I'm parsing, I guess. Instead, substitute bindings on list experts. Suppose, I guess, is another thing that could be done. So transposing on the list of lists, on the two-dimensional lists. Yeah. Context is not handled. Context is not listed. Expression evaluated to incorrect type. Context not listed. Am I still advanced of coding? Well, I mean, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Yeah. I'm implementing the missing parts of the language. 246. For element in list iterate x. So element is of type T. This is why my handler is a handler of T, but that is not correct. Because it's not substituted for some reason. Which expression? Expression instantiate at 4621. 4630. Yep. So this thing, this list iterator is a thing. Yeah. Evaluated to the incorrect thing. Context is not listed. Cover. Oh. Thank you for the raid. You successfully solve all the events. So I'm slowly implementing the missing parts of my language to make the advent of code work. So like the sorting algorithm here, which requires iterating over the lists and things like that, which were not possible before today. So yeah, right now I have some like typing issue, finding t, because iterating over a list is a generic function basically over any list of any type. And in this case, I have a concrete list of type int32, but it thinks that like it's a binding t. It's really weird. Just in Python, I think as fancy as my own language. Yeah. My language have a name? Yeah, it's called cast. Cast. We even have a website for it, yeah. Although I wanted to update it so that it's like explaining itself better, but yeah. Still on the to-do list. But there is some information on the website. So I am evaluating the expression instantiate. So I instantiate the argument. I'm calling a function. Need an anonymous language to not pollute the language name's namespace. Well, we're not polluting, we're populating. You know, polluting is when something is trash, you know? When you put something that is trash into the global namespace, then it's polluting. When you put something that's good, then it's populating. You know, those are different words, but they mean different things. Um, Hold on a second. So I have the standard library. I have the list editor here. Wait, but didn't I already do the list editor? Let's try again. Oh, it's because I see. Hold on. Let's have a test here. List. I have a list here, right? Let's run examples. List. Can't finish parsing. Yeah, that does not work. Let's have a list of int32 here, and then I'm going to say that like for x in list data x dbg x. So that's not going to work because it's not inferred yet. I just say that it's an int32 expected list of not inferred and got this. Okay, interesting. It's because it's the same name element. So I'm doing this in the yeah. This is still supposed to work. Yeah, doing this stuff, but fine. So that works. But now let's say that I'm going to have a function print list is for all t. Function list of t's for element t and list iter x dbg element dbg list. So we shall say dbg list x, and that is going to have the same error because this over here is inside that. Why is this an error? So if I remove the generics, it's going to be fine. But why is this an error? Evaluated to incorrect type. Let's say this. If that error e is that, then array bail expression evaluated to incorrect type tracing error log expected type result is result type. Expected type. Clone. Sure, clone everything. So there you go, right? The expected type was t into unit, but I got this. I think it's because substitute bindings, because like this is an int32, but substitute bindings does not substitute the context probably. Maybe, I'm not sure. type. So if I have a function type, I substitute bindings here. We have context, which substitute bindings. For contexts, context has context data. Over here, every type is being substituted. Okay, no, that's all sounds correct. Let's see. List iter. Yeah. Wait, hold on. What? Wait, what? No. Why does this work? This makes no sense. That's the same thing. That is the same thing. Because if I don't specify the generics, then the generics are being inferred based on the type of X, and the type of X is list T. Which then, like, yeah. What if I say that this is a string? It's going to like fail to compile, right? Obviously. Like this and that should be the same. Why is it different? 879. Is the ID the same? 879. Yeah, it is the same. Okay. Well, what if I do an underscore here? So like that's what it's being written into. Like the underscore is for like for the inference. If I have underscore, then it's not doing it. But underscore is supposed to be inferred to be T. And it's working. All right. Fine. I'll think about it. I'll see what's wrong here later. But let's for now then just list iter T, right? Which is going to so now something else. 48. List push. I guess list push now also needs to be like T. 4826. Yeah. Yeah, this thing. List push. So it's the instantiation again. Instantiation. Evaluated to incorrect type. Expected int 32. T, but T is int 32. Okay, that does not help. Right? I mean, okay. Let's get rid of the generics. Let's just solve the advent of code first, right? List filter is. I'm going to comment this, and I'm instead going to say that I'm going to say const t is int 32, right? And then do that stuff. Here. Like that's the same, right? Okay. Now the question is, why is it still not sorted though? That's a different question. Just REPL, cast REPL, util filter, list filter, list filter list 1 2 3 4 5 with a function of x less than 3. So less than 3 is a 1 and 2, right? X more than or equal than 3 is that. So this looks correct, right? The filtering works. Okay, if I say sort, list like this, and this is like also 5. Wait, it actually is sorted. Uh, 5, 1, 3, 2. Okay, now it's not sorted. Okay, I think it's just like the sorting algorithm is a little bit incorrect. Maybe. Let's see here. Sort is a function. If list length is less than or equal than 1, then I just return the list itself. Otherwise, I get the first element, set it to be the pivot, right? And then I am. Oh wait, hold on. I need to sort the thing recursively, right? I need to sort the filtered list of like the elements that are less than pivot. Yeah. Okay. And then I need to iterate over the list, which is a sorted filtered list like that, right? Wait, is the pipe like right associative? I'm not sure if it is. I think it's not. Let's just say that like first half is this. So result is equal to the first half originally, and then second half is that. Filtered for the elements that are more than or equal than pivot. I can make like the function that returns like 2 things which are like you know, like which are like filtering through the predicate successfully, and those that are not, right? List iterate second half. Just run. We overflowed the stack. Nice. Nice. What? Wait. oh wait, hold on. So like, yeah, because like when I'm doing the pivot element, the pivot element might be like the smallest element, right? So I actually need to have like the all the things that are like more than, right? And then those that are equal, those are just going to be in the beginning, right? So equals is a filtered list of x where element is equal to pivot, right? So like I need like all 3 parts, right? Because otherwise I would like that makes sense that I overflow the stack. Okay, so yeah, we go from first half and then this. Okay, there you go. Now it's sorted. Okay, nice. Cool. Bulka user, hello, hello. Okay, so here's the cast. I mean, here's the actual solution, right? So we are reading the input, right? We have sorted the input. Now what we should do? Now what should we do? After I have sorted them, I need to go over them, and I need to say that. All right, let mut index is 0, and then while. I don't have a while, do I? Yeah, I don't have a while. Wait, hold on. How do I do a while? I don't have a loop. Do I have infinite loop? I don't think I have infinite loop. I need to have an infinite loop for like the whiles to work, I think, right? If I is more than or equal than list length of a, then break. I want to do that. So 24 loop. Study syntax loop. Loop like this. Let's implement a loop. Study loop break. Syntax for loop handler is this. I mean, it's kind of similar to a for loop, right? But that one is like infinite. I can do it with recursion right now, but like I think it's going to overflow the stack for sure, since we have like 1,000 lines in our input. So I need to do it without the recursing right now. Unwind the for loop. Do I do the same thing? Loop. Print high. Syntax loop. Right? I mean, let's copy paste that. So we have a for loop and we have a normal loop. So a normal loop only has a body, I think. Yeah, I could have like an optional name here, but all right. Unwindable loop break continue body result with generator handler generator. Yeah, I just don't do the generator here. But instead this should be like something. This should be something. Unwindable loop. Yeah, so inside of that, I need to like do that. Should it be like a native function, native loop, or should it be a native loop with a body? Body result is this. Let body result. Let handler is a value pattern. Oh yeah, because like okay. So this is a body. Yeah. So body is a function. So for the generators, for the for in loops, we given it a value for the body, but in the normal loop like this, the infinite loop, we don't give it anything. Just execute the body there inside. And then I just and just call the native function like loop with the body. I think that's what I do. So I need a native loop, and I guess I do that then. Body. To interpreter. Okay. Where would I add that? Let's have it over here. So we have a loop that's going to be just a function. Is it just a function? I don't know. Maybe I will change it to like an intimate representation later. We'll see. Type. Type is a function that takes the single argument, which is a function of the body, I think. Function type. The argument is a unit. The context is I don't know, null inferred. The result of that of the loop. Result of the loop is technically like the never type, I think. This is a loop without the ability to break out of it. We are breaking out using the other thing. I think I just say new null inferred here, so it can be anything. That's a type, not type shape. Wait, no. The result of myself is this, but the result of the body is supposed to be unit. So if I have a loop, then body is a value which is supposed to be a function. Body. I guess we just do a loop here, right? We just do a loop and then we say by cast here. Cast call. And we're just going to call the function body with argument being a unit. And then that's it. It should return result or option to accept that. Okay, value unit. I mean, type. So yeah, body should be cloned here. Okay. So Rust, I cannot like type ascribe the async blocks in Rust, right? Because like this is unreachable, yes, which is why I should be able to comment this out, but then it cannot infer the types. Because it's stupid. Allow unreachable code, I guess. Rust is stupid. No? Where do I put it? Over here? Rust is stupid. It's treble. Okay, can I go into the infinite loop of doing nothing? Loop, print, loop, loop, print, poop. Print. Yeah, because this should be std print. Okay, wait, so loops work. Okay, and then let's say something like this. Let mut x is 0, like int 32, right? And then I say like loop x is x plus 1. If x is more than 10, then break. Print loop and finish. If then. So break has like lower priority, is that it? That's weird. And then we need the std print. Okay. Okay, so nice. This works. This works. Good enough. Although this parenthesis is a little weird. I think I don't I need to not require them. Loops. Loop. Init. Right. So that's what we're going to do here. Okay, so the code is going to be this. Then I do I plus equal 1. I do not have I plus equal 1 yet, I guess. So do I plus 1. And then we're going to say let mut result is 0, right? And then I'm going to say something like throat pies. Hi. Hi. Hello. And I'm going to say result is result plus absolute value of list get. So I'm going to get from A the element number I, and then subtract from that list get bi, right? That's the thing. The sum of difference is the result, I think. And it's 6. So yeah, break for some reason requires parentheses. It's fine. Okay, apps is not found. So apps is not defined yet. Let's have it here. Apps is function something something function x int 32 into int 32, right? If x is less than 0, then it's going to be negative x. Else is positive x. 11. Hold on, guys. Advent of code, here we go. Day 1. It's going to be solved after 3 days. It's 11. That's the correct answer for the thing. Okay, let's try the input here. Input txt. Is it going to work? What do you think? It might be a little bit too slow. How about we add some debugging here? Print sorted input, and over here I will say print red input. Let's see where I get. I didn't even read the input. Wait, what? That's weird. Okay, how about here? I will say. Wait, have I read the file? Print file is red. I'm pretty sure the file should be red. Yeah. Okay, sure. You got the correct first try each time. I mean, once I get the answer, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the correct one. DBGI. No, DBG line. Oh shit, it's slow. Look at how slow it is. So that's me reading the input. That's pretty slow, I would say. What actually is slow here? The list pushing? Because this pushing is like allocating a new list every time, and like it's trying to append a list to existing list, so it's copying all the elements, right? So yeah, in order to read, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So the input has been read. Yeah, that was slow. I'm currently using the release compiled cast too, so yeah. Sort. I think we can just wait here technically, but I don't know. Oh, it's sorted. That was not. I think. Wait, that was not that long actually. That was not that long. Let's see. Submit. It's the right answer. It's the right answer, guys. GG, easy. All right, it's a little bit slow. So like the reason it's slow is because I'm doing the quadratic stuff, right? Every time I read a line, I am like copying all the input that we had before. So I mean, that's not too bad, though. What's the part 2 anyway? It's worked. Yeah, but like I mean, I will need to like improve that anyway. There is a, like, if you look at this code, there is a bunch of things to improve. First of all, I think I want to change the syntax of constructing a list to just be in the square brackets. But then I need to change the syntax of the templates, because I'm using the same syntax right now for them. Any suggestions? Because I kind of am thinking that maybe, like over here, you see this list iterator is a function that is generic. So like I pass the generic arguments. In Rust, you do the like, and in most languages you do the angle brackets. But I do square ones. There's also the D language, which I am considering, which is doing it with exclamation mark. Would be the good choice here. Cast blazingly, freezingly slow. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What is the thing? The first half. Your analysis only confirmed that everyone feared. The two lists of location IDs are indeed very different. Or are they? Historians cannot agree on which group made the mistakes or how to read most of the chief's handwriting, but in the commotion, you notice an interesting detail. A lot of the location IDs appear in both lists. Maybe the other numbers are not location IDs at all, but rather misinterpreted handwriting. This time you'll need to figure out exactly how often each number from the left list appears on the right list. Calculate a total similarity score by adding up each number in the left list after multiplying with the number of times that number appears in the right list. Okay, I see. So now we need to have like a sort of like a map, right? I mean, we can do a binary search. I mean, we can like sort the list and do the binary search to calculate the number, the amount of like the numbers, right? What do you guys do for your like two parts of the advent of code? Do I say that this is going to be like part one and I copy paste it to part two? Or do you guys do it in like you just delete the old code? That's what we did last year. All right. Okay, so let's see. We still have like a list. A, list B. I read the input. I'm going to sort A, sort B. I guess A does not need to be sorted anymore, right? It's only the B that should be sorted, and then I should say something like we just say that result is 0, and then I say for x in A. I don't think I need parentheses here. For x in A, I say that result is result plus x multiplied by the occurrences of x in B, right? That's what I want. Maybe, and then we just print the result here. So let's have a function. Occurrences. It's a function from like x into like the list xs. Sure. List of integers. And I'm doing it wrong again. Look at this. Double colon. This should give me the number. So we do what? We say that left is left and right is 0 and list length of xs. I change this to example 2. Example 2 because they gave me a new example, right? So occurrences is this, and then we say something like, I need to do a loop for the binary search, right? And then I'm going to have a middle. Middle is left plus right divided by 2, right? I think the examples are the same for days 1. Examples are the same for days 1 and 2. are the same in days 1 and 2. I mean, even like these are different examples. Oh, maybe they are the same. Yeah, maybe they're the same. The examples are the same in parts 1 and 2. It's fine. I guess we can just see it here. It's literally the same. Let's get rid of that file. I mean, technically we can solve this like in quadratic time anyway, right? Like we don't need this to be a binary search. Do I need it to be a binary search? Yeah, because like there's only 1,000 numbers. We can you're just ignoring all of optimizations. Yeah. I mean, let's just try the binary search for fun, maybe. Can I search the like in the binary search like both the left and the right thing at the same time? Like yeah, it's a binary search. It actually is. Yes. Let's use the captured thing actually. Occurrences of X. They just say that occurrences of X is like binary search X in B. This is going to return the first index. Let's just do this binary search of X plus 1 in B minus binary search of X in B. All that. And then binary search is a function. Returns index where element is more than or equal than X. Something like that. It's just like the second binary search can like start from the other index, right? Is what I'm saying. But it does not matter. Let's just do a single one. 0 and list length access for loop. And then we return the right. Returns first index where element is more than or equal than that. It is left plus right divided by 2 if list get access at middle is more than or equal than X, then right is mid, else left is mid. And then over here we say if, let's have a while here. Not too lazy. I mean, fine. While right minus left is more than or equal than 2. Well, we have at least 2 elements. So we need to have a while. Let's have a while here. Syntax while. Syntax while left associative something something is while condition opening bracket, body, impl syntax, file, to beam, macro, condition, body. We will move it to the standard library. It's fine. So we just say loop, and then I say if condition then body else break, and I need the parentheses there, right? Does that work? So this is part 2. So the list got int. Part 254. This thing. Semicolon. In A. This should be list iter. I cannot iterate over the list directly right now. I need to go through a function first. Okay, 22. So for the example list, similarity score is that. Okay, let's see. This is not correct. Let n is occurrences of x. Print. Okay, let's see. dbg x. Print occurrences is dbg n. Result is result plus x times n. Right? That's what we do. So 3 is happening 2 times, which is not correct. It is? No, it's not, because on the right side we have the 3 times. 4 is occurring 1 time. 2 is occurring 0 times. 1 is 0. Another 3 is 2. Yeah. And another 3 is 2. This is my input here, right? The example. 3 occurs 3 times, so it's not correct there. But why is it not correct? Research x plus 1. While right minus left is more than or equal than 2, because if it's it's 1. Wait, what happens if it's 1? Of the right that is for sure more than, and the left is not for sure less than. That's the problem here. Wait, how did I write a binary search incorrectly? It's been a long time since I was writing a binary search. But this is definitely not correct. We're supposed to have like the left, like to be for sure less than x. Is not correct here. The new GitHub Next fonts. This is the I don't think it's GitHub Next. It's I mean no, it is, yeah. Monospace. That's from GitHub Next, yes. List. Am I stupid? Wait, how do you do the binary search correctly? We want to find the first index where element is more than or equal than x. Should this be like -1 then? Because that's for sure less than. Is that what I do? 31. Okay. Let's remove the debugging then. Also, might need an inch 64 here. PBG line, that. Okay, let's read the actual input here. Okay, we'll need to wait a little bit here for the reading. I think reading is like literally the slowest part. It's slower than like on the part 1. It was slower than the other things. It's because of pushing the lists. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's because I'm I need to like mutate and like push to the list directly instead of constructing a new list every time. It has been read, sorted, and gonna work. Maybe for the future, I need to like have a progress bar or something. Okay, there you go. We have an answer. Is that the correct answer? Let's see. It is the right answer. Nice. Okay, guys. The advent of code day 1 has been solved successfully. I guess we can call that a success. I'm not going to solve the other things today because I need to end the stream. An error occurred. I hate this part too, where like this thing does not work. Right. Day 1. Right. But anyway, day 1 advent of code is solved. If anyone wants to see what I did here, 2024 advent of code is on my GitHub here. Solved this once, part 2 by doing a separate cursor for each sorted list. Yeah, you can do like it's like a two iterator like thing. Yeah, you can do that. Then technically it's like a linear solution, but because you need to sort anyway, like the like I'm not sorting the first list though, right? But you don't have the logarithmic complexity on like after the sorting happened. Yeah. Sure. Do, 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 do. We're going to like keep improving. Now we know that we can solve problems with the language, but there are rough edges that need to be improved. That's not going to happen today. All right, guys, who is doing the advent of code? I should have added the like a tag of advent of code, right, or something. Although I was working mostly on the language, not on the advent. Is there a thing? Advent. Well, there's Captain Coder who is doing it. There's surprisingly not a lot of people. Usually when I remember there was a lot of people doing it. Right, anyway, let's go here then. This is C sharp.
On the web browser, I don't know what's happening. I honestly, I hate that it's like remembering. Can I use it?
See you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Yeah, it won't set it up if I'm on a private browsing session. All right. Sample full part mole.